Let yourself settle, dear friend. You can imagine the evening gathered around you like a soft shawl. Maybe you have a warm mug near your hands, a gentle light in the corner, and the permission to do nothing but be here. The day has run its course. The lists and the loops can rest in a quiet bowl by the door. For now, the only task is breathing, in a way that feels kind. You may notice a cushion beneath you or the length of the bed holding you up. You may feel the weight of the blanket and the slowed rhythm of your chest. You do not have to try to be calm. Calm is already close. Imagine it as a shy animal that appears when you stop chasing it. You can breathe like you're inviting that animal to come sit at your feet. No pressure, just a gentle welcome. Before we go on, let me know where you're listening from. And if this brings you peace, please subscribe to Calm Buddha Path so more people can find it. If it helps, let your eyes soften or close. You can listen with the body, the way you listen to rain on a window. There is nothing to solve in this moment. You are allowed to be a person who is simply breathing. The mind may want to jump ahead into plans or back into what-ifs. That's all right. When you notice it wandering, greet it with friendliness and return to the small miracle of air moving in and air moving out. Like waves, like the hush of the tide. This journey is called the three inner powers: compassion, wisdom, and letting go. These are not trophies to win or rules to memorize. They are like three candles you can light whenever you feel lost. Compassion warms the room. Wisdom shows you what's actually here. Letting go opens the windows. Together, they create a home inside you, a place where you can set down your burdens and remember you belong to this present moment. Tonight, we begin by arriving. Arriving is a practice. It means you step off the conveyor belt of hurry and step into the timeless room of now. To arrive, you can feel the breath. Feel the weight of your body. Feel the ground. You don't have to feel these perfectly. You just feel something true. If your mind says, "I can't feel anything," then that itself is something you are honestly noticing. You are here. Take a gentle breath in through the nose if that's comfortable, and let it ease out of the mouth as if you're fogging a mirror. Long, warm, unhurried. Again and once more. Sense the shoulders dropping a few grains of tension. Sense the jaw loosening. If any part of you feels tight, you can say inwardly, "You don't have to protect me right now. Thank you for all you've done." You can rest. One of the most radical acts of wisdom is to notice what is actually happening instead of what the mind insists should be happening. The mind might say you should be different by now, stronger, less sensitive, more productive, less distracted. But here is a soft truth. The you who is hearing these words is already enough to meet this moment. You don't have to become a better person before you can be kind to yourself. You can be kind first. Kindness is not a reward you earn. It's a doorway you walk through. If there is worry in you, let it sit beside you like a friend who's had a long day. No fixing. Just a quiet presence. If there is sadness, you can make a small cup of tea for it inside your heart. If there is confusion, you can give it a soft pillow. What we guard against becomes louder. What we welcome often softens on its own. A micro-practice for the next half minute. Feel the contact points between your body and the surface beneath you. The hips, the back, the legs, the feet. Imagine gravity as an old friend, reliable and steady. As you breathe, silently whisper, "Here," as you inhale, and "Now," as you exhale, "Here, now." If that gets too sleepy or you prefer something else, you can simply count 3 slow breaths and end with a tiny smile that no one needs to see. In this series, we'll walk gently. We'll explore how compassion doesn't make you weak, it makes you free. How wisdom is not a stack of ideas, but the clear seeing that cuts through confusion. How letting go is not losing what matters, but loosening what hurts. We'll keep everything grounded in ordinary life. Emails and dishes, commutes and conversations, nights when sleep is stubborn, mornings when courage feels small. We'll tell a few stories because stories are like warm lamps. They make the mind relax and the heart remember. For now, let's meet the first inner power as a felt sensation. Compassion is the warmth that remains when judgment gets tired and goes to bed. It begins with simple permission. You can offer it to yourself in a sentence like, "Of course I feel this way," or "This too is human." If another phrase fits better, use that. Compassion is not a performance. It is a tone. Try this for a minute. Place a hand where it feels supportive, maybe the chest or the belly. Feel the actual warmth of your palm. That warmth is here, not theoretical. As you breathe, imagine the breath traveling under your hand. If strong emotion rises, you do not have to chase it or drown in it. You can lean your back against the presence of compassion, the way you might lean against a sturdy tree. You can say, "I'm with you." Notice if the belly softens even a little. Notice if the throat loosens. If nothing changes, that's all right. The practice still counts. Compassion counts every honest breath. Wisdom, the second candle, will teach us to see with clarity. Clarity is not harsh. It does not need an argument to be true. Clarity looks at the moment and says, "This is what's here. Tension is here. A memory is here. A bird outside is singing even at night, and that simple song is here." When you acknowledge what's true, even if it's uncomfortable, you stop wasting energy pretending. That release is a kind of rest. And letting go, the third power, is the art of setting down what you're not meant to carry forever. Letting go is not abandonment of care. It is the end of unnecessary gripping. If your hands have been clenched around an outcome, imagine placing that outcome in a little riverside boat and letting the river carry it for a while. You can watch it go and notice you still exist, still breathing, still whole. The river knows where to take it. You can take a sip of water. You can sleep. Sometimes people ask, "How do I stop overthinking?" There isn't an off switch, but there is a gentler gear. Picture your mind as a snow globe someone has shaken. Thoughts are the swirling flakes. The first move is not to force the snow to drop. The first move is to place the globe on a table. Stillness comes from being set down. Each breath sets you down. Each moment of gentle attention sets you down. With time, the flakes fall on their own. If you like a story, here is a small one. Two travelers came to a river where the bridge had washed out. A woman stood there, unsure how to cross. One traveler lifted her carefully and carried her through the water, setting her gently on the far bank. They all continued on. Hours later, the second traveler said, "I can't believe you carried her. We're not supposed to do that." The first replied, "Brother, I put her down hours ago. Are you still carrying her?" You can feel the teaching in your body. The mind holds things long after they've ended. Tonight, as you rest, you are allowed to put down what has already passed. If it picks itself back up, you can put it down again. No drama, just a soft repetition, like tidying a room in the quiet. Another micro-practice. Take one slow breath and imagine you're exhaling through the soles of your feet. Sounds strange, but the body understands images. Feel the breath as a warm stream down through the legs into the ground. The ground can hold what you no longer need to hold. Allow 3 of these exhalations and notice if the breath finds you easier. If any part of this feels like too much or not quite right tonight, you can respectfully set it aside. Your system knows its own pace. Wisdom includes pacing. You do not need to relive anything or open doors you're not ready to open. The gentlest practice is often the truest. The Buddha is sometimes called the one who woke up, but waking up is not a dramatic event. It is the repeated choice to be kind and clear for the next breath. As we continue, we'll come back again and again to the 3 frictions that make life feel harder. Wanting things to be other than they are, pushing away what we dislike, and getting lost in confusion. Craving, aversion, confusion. You can think of them as tight fists in the mind. The inner powers are the open hands. Compassion softens the fist of aversion. Wisdom reveals the nature of craving and shows the sufficiency of this moment. Letting go eases confusion by loosening the knot. You may not remember these words tomorrow. That's okay. The body remembers the feeling of open hands. Let's try an everyday scene. Imagine you're in bed and a worry arises about tomorrow's meeting or your child's mood or the unanswered message. The usual habit might be to sprint into planning or to scroll for distraction. Tonight, you try a different order. First, compassion. Oh, worry is here. That makes sense. You place a hand on the body and breathe. Second, wisdom. What's actually true right now? It's night. I'm lying down. The room is safe enough. You name one concrete detail you can sense. The weight of the blanket, the hum of a fan. Third, letting go. The plan can wait until morning. I release this into the night. You visualize putting the worry in a drawer that will open only with daylight. If it slips out again, you repeat the sequence, gentle and brief. This is not denial. The sequencing, care first, then clarity, then release. The mind learns through repetition. The body learns through relief. There may be a voice that says, I don't deserve this kindness, or it's silly. That voice is trying to protect you by keeping you within familiar patterns. You can thank the voice and invite it to rest. If it refuses, you can let it chatter in a far corner while you keep breathing. When you stop arguing with your mind, it often becomes less loud. Here is a small, nightly ritual you can borrow. Before sleep, list 3 mercies from the day. Not achievements, just mercies. The way the light fell on the floor. The quiet minute after a call. The shared joke. If you can't find 3, find 1. If you can't find 1, make 1 right now by feeling the grace of this breath that asks for nothing and gives everything. Gratitude is not a moral duty. It's a way the heart remembers it is supported. You are not alone in this practice. Wherever you are, city or village, busy household or quiet room, there are others listening with you, breathing with you, trying not to be so hard on themselves, trying to love their lives as they are. Somewhere, someone is setting down a fear. Somewhere, someone is forgiving a small mistake. Imagine a web of lamps across the world, each one a human being choosing kindness for 1 breath. You are part of that constellation. Your light counts. If sleep comes while we speak, let it take you. There is nothing to miss. The teachings drift into the deeper part of you and do their quiet work. If you stay awake, that is also fine. You might feel the mind settle as if it's sitting on a bench, watching clouds go by. The clouds are thoughts. The bench is awareness. The sky does not try to fix the weather. It just allows. You can be that sky. And if your body hurts, remember that you can shift, you can yawn, you can sip water. Let comfort be your path. Nothing sacred is harmed by adjusting the pillow. In fact, responding to your needs with tenderness is itself the practice of compassion. The Buddha once spoke of the middle way, a path between austerity and indulgence, a path that honors the body's wisdom. The middle way tonight might be as simple as finding a softer position and letting your breath be natural. As we close this first part, return to the simplest of anchors. Feel the next inhale arrive like a tide coming in. Feel the next exhale leave like a tide going out. You can silently say, let, on the in-breath and go, on the out-breath. Let go, let go. Each breath writes this friendly instruction into the body, a message left on the shore for the morning you. You have already practiced compassion by allowing yourself to rest. You have already practiced wisdom by noticing what is here. You have already tasted letting go by releasing the urge to improve this moment. This is enough. You are enough for this breath. The next 15 parts will deepen and repeat and weave. But for now, simply be a human being who can feel the bed, hear a voice, and meet yourself with mercy. May your night be unhurried. May your breath be soft. May your heart be held by something wider than worry. You don't have to carry it all. The river is near. Set the bundle down at your feet. We will walk on together when you wake. Feel the soft repetition of arriving. Nothing new is required of you. The same room, the same body, a fresh breath. The night outside may be quiet or filled with distant sounds. But here you are, an island of warmth under a blanket, listening. You don't need to do this right. The practice meets you where you are, in the posture you naturally take, with the mood you actually have. If sleep hovers near, let it hover. If wakefulness is here, let it sit with you like a calm companion. Let us deepen into the first inner power, the one that warms everything it touches. Compassion is not an idea you must remember. It's a sensation you can feel. Try this now. For 3 breaths, imagine your whole chest is a small lantern. As you inhale, the glow brightens. As you exhale, the warmth spreads through your ribs and shoulders and down the arms. With the first breath, the lantern lights for you. With the second, it lights for someone you love or find easy to care about. With the third, it lights for someone neutral, maybe a stranger you once passed on the street or a neighbor you nod to. Do not strain. Just let the glow be as it is, faint or bright, imagined or barely there. The intention alone changes the tone inside. The mind will sometimes ask, but what is this for? How does this fix things? Compassion is not a fix. It's a condition that allows wisdom to arrive. A frozen pond cannot reflect the sky. Warmth softens the surface so reflection becomes possible. When you incline the heart toward kindness, even briefly, you reduce the urge to defend, and the mind has room to see. From there, letting go is not a forced choice. It becomes the natural unclenching that follows clarity. Consider a simple morning scene. The alarm was relentless. The coffee spills on the counter. An email arrives with a tone you interpret as impatient. Old scripts leap up. I'm behind. I'm failing. I must push harder. Try the 3 inner powers in a quiet sequence. First, compassion. Of course I'm tense. This is a lot. May I be gentle with myself. Feel the body's response to that phrase. Maybe a single muscle relaxes. Then wisdom. What's actually happening right now? Coffee on the counter. One email with an unclear tone. The day is just beginning. You notice the facts, not the fearful story. Finally, letting go. I can clean the counter and respond after 3 steady breaths. I don't need to carry the tone as a burden. You mop the spill with a small, ordinary dignity and say, one thing at a time. The day has already changed color. Micro-practice for the next half minute. Let the breath arrive on its own. After the inhale, pause for a heartbeat and feel the word soft. After the exhale, pause for a heartbeat and feel the word space. Soft on the in-breath, space on the out-breath. If words and breath feel too busy, simply feel the weight of your head resting where it rests. There is nothing clever about this. That is why it works. The nervous system understands safety signals that are plain. Sometimes people hear the word compassion and think it means excusing harm or ignoring boundaries. But compassion in this path is not sugar. It is steady warmth with clear edges. If someone's words are sharp, compassion keeps you from sharpening your own. Not because you are weak, but because you value your peace. You can say no from a soft place. You can step back without hating. The old instinct to fight everything is just one way to feel alive. There are other ways. A story from the old texts tells of a monk named Sona, devoted and earnest. He practiced so fiercely that his feet bled. Frustrated by a lack of progress, He sought the Buddha's guidance. The Buddha asked Sona about his lute. When the strings are too tight, he said, "Does the lute make a pleasant sound?" "No," Sona replied. "And when they are too loose?" "No, only when the strings are tuned not too tight, not too loose, does the music play." The teaching is simple enough that the body comprehends it. You can feel whether your inner strings are too tight, overcorrecting, harsh with yourself, or too loose, disconnected, avoiding what matters. Compassion is the tuning hand. It loosens where you grip and gently tightens where you drift, not with punishment but with care. Think of your inner life as a home you get to arrange. Craving, aversion, and confusion are like cluttered corners. The mind wants more and more, pushes away what it dislikes, and forgets what it intended. Compassion opens the curtains and lets light in. Wisdom shows you what's actually in the room, the stack, that basket, what to keep, what to recycle. Letting go is the moment you carry the bag out to the curb. None of this needs drama. You can tidy a corner without judging how it got messy. You start somewhere small and the room changes. Let's visit the landscape of your day the way a gardener visits a plot before planting. Social feeds call to you. The scroll can be soothing at first, then agitating, then numbing. The body keeps score of this shift. Notice your shoulders and jaw after 10 minutes, your breath after 20. You don't need to ban your phone or wage war with algorithms. Try the 3 powers in a moment of honesty. Compassion. Of course I want distraction. Today was heavy. Wisdom. I'm not resting. I'm stimulating. My body feels buzzy, not calm. Letting go. I'll set the phone down for 5 breaths and look out the window. Those 5 breaths aren't a moral test. They are a reset. After 5, you might pick the phone back up, or you might find the window offered a better kind of quiet. Either way, you stayed in relationship with yourself. Now sense into the place where you hold identity, your name tag at work, your roles at home, the way you narrate who you are. There is nothing wrong with names and roles. They help us navigate, but they can become tight shoes. Compassion says, "May I be more than my latest performance. May I be allowed to be human." Wisdom looks at the day and notices, I sent that awkward message, and I also helped someone. Both are true. Letting go loosens the tie between a stumble and your value. That moment does not have to define me through the night. The name tag can rest on the dresser while you sleep. Here is a small parable to carry with you. A traveler walks a dusty road and steps on a thorn. Pain shoots up the leg. The traveler falls, angry at the road, the tree, the sky. Another traveler passes and says, "You have a thorn." The first replies, "Yes, and the world is unfair." The second kneels and says, "May I help?" Together they remove the thorn and the pain softens. The world remains imperfect, but the foot can walk again. Sometimes compassion is the friend who notices you are arguing with the sky and instead helps you take a thorn out of your foot. Sometimes you can be that friend to yourself. You look for what you can actually do in this breath, not for answers to cosmic questions. The relief is immediate, plain. If you care for a child, you know bedtime can be a wild weather pattern. The body is tired, the emotions are loud. The part of you that just wants quiet rises up. Try changing the tone first. Compassion. Of course they're dysregulated. Of course I'm tired. Wisdom. The story I'm telling is that bedtime will never end. The fact is it's just taking longer tonight. Letting go will slow down. 2 songs, 1 story, lights dim. You can lower your voice, soften your face, and feel how the child's nervous system tunes to yours. You are not alone in parenting. You have breath as an ally, you have your own softness as a strategy. When the door finally closes, you can take 3 sips of air and say, "That was a lot. Well done." Self-congratulation in small, honest doses is also compassion. Micro-practice for moments of friction. Place your tongue softly on the roof of your mouth and widen your gaze, even with eyes closed. Let your attention sit back behind the eyes as if reclining in a small chair. Notice if the mind's urgency drops one notch. Say, "One notch is enough." Then return to what you were doing with a gentler grip. Many of us carry an inner critic that speaks with the voice of importance. It claims its harshness is the only thing keeping you safe and successful. You don't have to argue with it or banish it. Try upgrading its job description. You can tell it, "You're not fired. You are promoted to gentle advisor." Give it a new script. Notice risks clearly. Speak kindly. The critic may not comply at first. It's used to shouting. But if you keep inviting it into a kinder tone, it will learn. You train your own mind the way you would train a bright but anxious puppy, with clarity, consistency, and warmth. Workplaces often reward speed, yet wisdom thrives in space. If you can find even 10 seconds before a reply, you change the quality of your day. 10 seconds can feel like a luxury at a desk full of tabs, but it is available. In those 10 seconds, you can check whether the email you are about to send is about conveying information or about discharging emotion. If it's the latter, compassion would suggest you wait or soften. Wisdom might adjust the first sentence from, "As I said below," to circling back to ensure we're aligned. Letting go is the choice to prioritize the relationship over the thrill of being right. Interestingly, you often get better outcomes this way. But even if you don't, you keep your inner home orderly. Your body delivers messages in simple language. Tightness, warmth, heaviness, lightness. Before a meeting, scan from the forehead to the jaw to the throat to the chest to the belly to the hands. If you find a hard spot, put a breath there and say, "You can be as you are." Paradoxically, permission is what allows change. Then, ask the quiet question, what matters most in the next 5 minutes? Let the answer be small. Listen more. Ask one clear question. End on time. The mind can drown in vast intentions. The heart does well with one lantern at a time. Sometimes the pain is old, not attached to today at all. It surfaces at night because the day's busyness has loosened its lid. Here, compassion means you do not force yourself to process anything. You offer the pain a couch to rest on. You might place one hand on the belly and one on the heart and imagine you're anchoring 2 boats in a gentle harbor. Wisdom checks for ground, the weight of the legs, the sounds in the room. Letting go gives you permission to postpone heavy topics until daylight. You can say, "Thank you for visiting. I will meet you tomorrow with support." The night is for softening. You honor that. A quiet ritual for the moments when self-judgment kicks up. Look around and name 3 non-judgmental facts. The curtain is gray. The pillow is warm. The air smells like soap. Then offer yourself one sentence of kindness that costs nothing. You're doing your best with what you have. Or, you don't need to be perfect to be loved. The mind will either accept or shrug. Either way, you planted a seed. Plants don't argue with weather. They just keep growing toward the light they were given. Do you ever notice the mind's habit of rehearsing conversations? You craft perfect lines for an argument that may never happen. You become a playwright of friction. Compassion notices the labor and says, "Ah, you're trying to protect me." Wisdom checks whether this rehearsal reduces future pain or just increases present stress. Letting go invites a different rehearsal. What if you imagine the conversation going well? Or imagine yourself breathing calmly no matter the outcome. You can even set down the script entirely and feel your fingers for 10 seconds, noticing how intricate your life is that you can feel 10 fingertips and name them. When you return to real conversations, you'll be more present, which is the actual superpower. Here is a gentle reframing of productivity. The culture may tell you your worth is tied to output, but the deeper measure is alignment. Did you move, even a little, from agitation to kind clarity? That shift is invisible to metrics but visible to your life. It changes the way you speak to a cashier, the way you cross the street, the way you meet your own disappointment. Compassion keeps you human in a world that tries to turn you into a performance. Wisdom keeps you honest in a world that rewards show. Letting go keeps you free in a world that clings to narratives. If sleep tugs at you, feel free to drift. If you remain awake, let's take a few minutes for a slow practice. Imagine you're sitting by a river at dusk. The air is mild. Crickets start their chorus. Across the water, a lantern flickers on a porch. With each breath, you drop a stone of tension into the river and hear the soft plop. First stone, the worry you carried from earlier today. Plop. Second stone, the self-criticism that keeps circling. Plop. Third stone, the expectation that this practice must change you immediately. Plop. Watch the ripples widen and disappear. The river keeps moving whether or not you help it. Your job is simply to sit, to breathe, to place stones as you notice them and trust the water to do what water does. When you catch yourself chasing peace, remember the shy animal. If you make peace a project, it runs. If you make your attention a meadow, it comes near. Your everyday life is full of meadows you can open. Washing a dish can be a meadow. Listening to a friend without composing your reply can be a meadow. Sipping tea and tasting it all the way down can be a meadow. The same minutes, a different tone. Let us end this part with a soft ritual of phrases. You do not have to believe them fully. You are simply offering them the way you might place fresh water on a table and let thirst decide. May I be gentle with myself in this breath. May I see clearly what is here without adding harm. May I release what I do not need to carry tonight. Say them silently, perhaps once each, then let them fade. Notice the after-feel, like the warmth that remains after a hand leaves your shoulder. That after-feel is the point. Compassion opens the door, wisdom lets the light in, and letting go allows the room to be aired out so you can fall asleep in fresh air. If you like, place one palm lightly over your heart again and imagine it as a small, steady lantern. You don't have to keep it bright. A faint glow is enough to find your way to the next breath. Somewhere inside, a steady presence holds you, not because you are perfect, but because you are you. The night is allowed to be exactly as it is. You are allowed to be exactly as you are. We will continue to explore how these inner powers show up in commute and kitchen, inbox and pillow. For now, this is enough. Feel the next inhale arrive like a friendly visitor who doesn't knock loudly. Feel the next exhale leave like someone tidying quietly after a gathering. There is order here and kindness and the sweet relief of not needing to check your watch. Time can soften its edges when you rest. May this softness follow you into sleep. May it hold like an unseen hand, steady without gripping. If you wake in the night, you will have something to return to, one breath, one phrase, one lantern. You belong to this quiet. You always have. Let us sit together again, dear friend, in the plain room of now. You do not have to adjust anything to be welcome here. If the pillow is lumpy, you can smooth it. If the lights feel too bright, dim them. These small acts of kindness to your senses are already part of the path. You are letting the body know that it matters, that you are listening. A listened-to body relaxes its grip on the mind, and the mind has room to see. Tonight we turn toward the second inner power, the candle called wisdom. This flame is quiet and steady. It does not demand. It reveals. Wisdom in this tradition is not a museum of ideas. It is a fresh glance at this moment without the fog of wishful thinking or the dust of old stories. You can feel the difference. When a thought lands like a heavy verdict, you tense. When a clear seeing lands, the breath often lengthens. The shoulders drop a degree. It is not because the world has changed. It is because you are no longer arguing with what is already here. Try beginning with the simplest fact. You are breathing. Air comes in. Air goes out. There is a point at the top of the inhale when the body pauses by itself, and a point at the bottom of the exhale where it rests without your command. These points are small teachers. They show you that not everything requires your effort. There is intelligence happening without your pushing. When you align with that quiet rhythm, thought storms lose their urgency. In pause, rest, repeat, like waves arriving at the shore whether or not anyone is watching. Wisdom is often hidden by three familiar habits of mind: wanting, pushing away, and confusion. You know their flavors by now. Wanting says, "I'll be okay when." Pushing away says, "I'll be okay only if this stops." Confusion says, "I don't know what's happening, so I'll grab whatever is loud." The three inner powers meet these habits like gentle, patient companions. Compassion calms the fear under the pushing. Letting go loosens the clench around wanting. And wisdom holds the lantern up to the scene so you can remember simply where you actually are. A small, everyday example. You open a message and read a short sentence without emojis, without softeners. Your stomach tightens. The mind fills the silence with meanings. They are disappointed. I did something wrong. I must fix this now. Wisdom asks a kinder question. What is known right now and what is guessed? Known. There is a sentence with no emojis. Guessed. They are angry. When you separate known from guessed, your body feels it. A bit of air returns. From there, you can choose. You can write back to clarify, or you can wait until morning. You are steering, not being steered by a guess. A micro-practice for the next minute. Rest your attention on one sense at a time. First, hearing. Let sounds come to you. Do not reach. The hum, the distant car, the quiet in between. Second, touch. Feel the contact of fabric on skin, the temperature of the air at your cheeks, the weight of your body on the surface. Third, sight. Even with eyes closed. The gentle glow behind the lids, the play of dim shapes in the room. Rotate through these three for a few breaths. Hearing, touch, sight. You are teaching your attention to land where it can actually meet something, not in the abstract fog of fear or fantasy. The mind likes to build castles. The senses bring you back to the ground. There is an old tale of two villagers walking at dusk. One sees a snake coiled in the path and freezes. The other steps closer and finds a rope. The first heart races, the second heart steadies. The rope did not change because of the second villager's courage. The rope was always a rope. What changed was the distance between fear and seeing. Wisdom is the step closer. It does not belittle your fear. It simply checks the object in the path. Many times in our lives we leap before we look. The leap costs us hours of peace. Tonight, practice the gentlest form of looking. Ask, is it a snake or a rope? Ask it of your thoughts. Ask it of your assumptions. This question alone can return a lot of breath to your evening. Often wisdom begins with naming. Not a heavy analysis, just the simple, kind naming of what is present. Tightness in chest, buzzing in hands, tired, lonely. Naming does not make the sensation worse. It gives it a place to sit. Unnamed feelings pace the hallway and rattle the doorknobs. Named feelings sit down and, more often than not, grow a little less dramatic. You can try it now with whatever is here. You don't need the perfect word. Your own language is sufficient. This practice is how you become your own steady companion. There is a subtle habit that wisdom notices. The mind's tendency to turn moments into identities. You have a forgetful moment, and the mind says, I am a forgetful person. You feel anxious before a call, and the mind says, I am an anxious person. Wisdom unhooks the moment from the label. It says, anxiety is here, not I am anxiety. When you speak this way inside yourself, there is space to breathe. There is space to choose a helpful next move instead of collapsing into a fixed story. You shift from being the weather to being the sky that holds the weather. Consider a commute. The road is slow. A driver swerves in front of you. The old habit sets a courtroom up in your head. You gather evidence. You summon a judge. You deliver verdicts. Your nervous system does not enjoy this trial. Wisdom, like a kind bailiff, quietly opens a side door. Step through. Notice the hands on the wheel. Feel the seat holding your weight. Scan the horizon for a bit of color. A tree, a sign, a glint of light on glass. Ask, what is in my actual control? The answer is honest and small. The distance you leave between cars, the breath you let out now, the radio you choose. Choosing small control returns you to your life and out of the imaginary courtroom. In the life of the Buddha, there is a teaching about arrows. The first arrow is the pain that arrives uninvited, loss, illness, a plan that dissolves. The second arrow is self-inflicted, resentment, rumination, the story that this should not be happening to me. Wisdom does not promise a life without first arrows. That would be a cruel myth. But wisdom trains your hands not to pick up the second arrow. This is not about being stoic or superior. It is about recognizing that your mind is precious and your energy is finite. You can feel when you've been pierced by the second arrow. The pain loops, and with each loop, your body tightens. Tonight, notice one place in your life where you could set down the second arrow for even a few breaths. This hurts is the first arrow acknowledged. And I don't have to hate myself for hurting, is the second arrow laid gently on the ground. A small ritual for meetings or difficult conversations. Before you join, place one palm on your thigh and press gently for 3 seconds. Feel the firmness of your own leg, the reality of this body. Then ask a simple question. What is my good aim here? Let the answer be a phrase of service, not self-defense. To understand, to be clear and kind, to state my needs without heat. Carry that aim like a smooth stone in your pocket. During the conversation, if you get pulled into reactivity, touch the stone in your mind. Return to your aim. Wisdom is less a thunderbolt than a remembering. You might be tempted to use wisdom to fix your feelings, but wisdom is not a repair shop. It is a window. It lets fresh air in. The feelings can stay and breathe. When you stop forcing yourself to feel different, feelings often shift on their own timetable. If they do not shift, you have at least ended the additional suffering of arguing with them. This is not defeat. It is dignity. You are a human being meeting your life honestly. There is a kindness in how you talk to yourself when you notice confusion. Many of us use confusion as proof of inadequacy. I should know this by now. Wisdom speaks differently. Of course I don't know yet. I'm learning. When you change the line, the mind relaxes enough to actually take in information. The map becomes legible again. The next step appears where there was only fog. You can bring wisdom to your relationship with time. Notice how the mind compresses all of tomorrow's tasks into one heavy ball and throws it at the present. No wonder the body braces. Wisdom disentangles. It says, what is truly asked of me in the next half hour? Then it chooses one action, even a small one, and places both hands on that action. The rest can wait without being denied. When you live like this, you discover that most of your peace is found not by finishing everything but by doing one thing with presence. Social comparison is another place where wisdom helps. You see a friend share good news. The body stings. The mind writes a headline, falling behind. Wisdom says, a good thing happened for a person. My body is having a feeling. Both can be true. Then maybe you offer a sincere congratulations and take one breath that belongs only to you. You are not in a race with your friends. You are walking your own path at the speed your life allows. The path is not a treadmill. It has trees and streams and places to sit. Let's try a slow practice of clear seeing together. For the next few breaths, silently note 3 layers of experience. Sensations in the body, feelings in the heart, thoughts in the mind. On an inhale, visit the body. Pressure here, warmth there, breath moving like a tide. On an exhale, visit the heart. A mood tone, pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral, without making a story about it. On the next inhale, visit the mind. A thought like a leaf floating by, plan, memory, what if? Use the lightest touch. If the categories blur, let them blur. The purpose is not to become a perfect noticer. It is to realize that you are the noticing. That realization widens the room around whatever is happening. In cooking, a clear broth is made by simmering and then skimming. You do not fight the bubbles. You remove the scum gently as it rises. Wisdom works like that. You simmer in presence, and as reactions surface, you skim with a soft hand. Ah, impatience. Ah, self-judgment. You do not scold the soup. You keep the heat low and steady. Over time, the broth clears. Your day tastes different. There is a modern habit of treating information as care. We scroll news and call it engagement. Often, wisdom asks you to measure the effect, not the intention. After 10 minutes of headlines, do you feel more able to help or more frozen? If frozen, compassion says, of course this is heavy. Letting go invites a boundary. For tonight, enough. Wisdom chooses a small act in your real sphere. Text a friend. Set aside a donation for when you're ready. Pick up a piece of litter tomorrow. A small, embodied action breaks the trance of doom. Your nervous system feels the difference between worry and contribution. Here is a story of clear sight that carries the scent of ancient kitchens. A beloved teacher visited a monastery where the novices were anxious about making mistakes. If they cracked a dish, they hid it. If they burned rice, they skipped meals out of shame. The teacher ate with them in silence for a day. The second day, he announced a new rule. Any bowl that cracks is to be placed on the central shelf, not hidden. Any rice burned is to be shared first with him. He ate the char with a smile and ran a finger gently along the crack of a bowl, as if tracing a road on a map. We will learn quicker, he said, if the truth can breathe. By the end of the month, the food improved, not because fear policed them, but because honesty taught them where to look. In your own life, place a cracked bowl on the shelf sometimes. Let yourself see it. Then you will know what to repair, and you will do it without bruising your own heart. Wisdom also knows when to rest. There is a time for inquiry and a time for a warm blanket and a cup of something soft. You are not a project. You are a person. If you feel a tug of fatigue now, let the tug lead you to a deeper cushion. Adjust your position. Yawn if you need to. Take a sip of water. Your worth does not increase by efforting through exhaustion. The clarity you want is more likely to arrive in a body that trusts it will be cared for. When identity tightens, wisdom loosens the knot. You might notice tonight a title clinging: worker, parent, partner, citizen, the one who holds it all together. These roles matter, and they pass through you like weather. Instead of trying to be the perfect version of each, experiment with being the presence that meets each role with the same 3 powers. Compassion for the human at the center of the role. Wisdom to see what the role actually asks today. Letting go of the performance that tries to be seen as worthy. When you move like this, your life feels less like a test and more like a rhythm. A simple phrase you can try when the mind spins is only this. You pick one detail in your field of experience. The weight of your hands, the warmth at the nose, the sound of a distant fan, and you say, only this, for one breath. After that, you may expand to include only this and this. The phrase is not meant to minimize your life. It is meant to right-size the moment so your system can digest it. Large meals are taken in bites. Large lives too. If a memory visits that carries pain, wisdom does not demand you wrestle with it at midnight. You can bow inwardly and say, I see you. Then you can place it in an imaginary basket by the bedside with a note. Tomorrow, with daylight and support. The average mind confuses immediacy with importance. Wisdom reorders, safety first, then timing, then content. This sequence respects your nervous system and gives you a better chance to meet the memory without drowning. A final practice before we rest this part. On the next 3 breaths, try this gentle sequence. Breath 1. Name a sensation in the body and soften around it by 5%. Breath 2. Name an emotion and allow it to be here without adding a story. Breath 3. Name a thought and watch it pass like a bird crossing a window. Then sit for a moment in the quiet that remains, however small. That quiet is not empty. It is full of the power that sees. It is the room where compassion and letting go come to sit at the same table as wisdom, and they share bread without hurrying. You do not have to remember any of this in the morning. What matters is the tone you are learning to take with yourself. Curious, honest, kind. That tone changes the way the night holds you. You are not trying to improve the dark. You are letting your eyes adjust so that the shapes become friendly and the path to the next breath is visible. May your seeing be gentle. May your breath be faithful. May the small lantern of wisdom light just enough of the path that you can put your foot down without fear. And if you cannot see even that much tonight, may you feel the handrail of compassion and the spaciousness of letting go until dawn. Come back to the gentleness of here. You are allowed to arrive again and again as many times as you need. Notice the fabric against your skin, the tone of the room, the way breath moves whether or not you pay attention. The day can stand outside for a while like shoes by the door. You are in the soft interior of night, and you are welcome. Tonight we lean into the third inner power, the quiet art of letting go. Many people hear those words and imagine losing what matters, giving up, becoming passive. But letting go in this path is not a surrender of care. It is a surrender of the extra, the tightness, the story that makes the moment heavier than it has to be. If compassion warms and wisdom illuminates, letting go opens the windows. The same room, more air. The same life, less clutching. Feel your hands for a moment. Notice if they are clenched or subtly braced. Without forcing, allow each finger to loosen, as if you were setting down a small object you'd been holding without noticing. The body understands letting go, can teach the mind. On your next exhale, imagine that the breath leaves like a tide, taking a handful of sand from your chest as it goes. Nothing essential is lost. The heart remains. Only the grit is carried away. Letting go begins with honesty about what can be held. You were not designed to carry every conversation, every headline, every imagined future scenario all at once. The nervous system strains under that project. Try a small phrase that respects your limits and your dignity. I can care without carrying. Say it inside quietly. I can care without carrying. Feel how that lands. The care is still here. The weight is lighter. An everyday scene. You look around the room and see evidence of a lived life. Dishes in the sink, a jacket on the chair, a half-finished project on the table. The mind may declare this a referendum on your worth. Can be loud like that. Letting go is the decision to make it smaller and kinder. You wash one bowl without the narration that you are failing. You fold the jacket with the same hands you would use to tuck in a child. You give the project a place to rest for the night and say, "We'll meet in the morning." Nothing grand happened, and still something changed. You set down the whip. You chose a rhythm. There is a story told in many lineages about insults and gifts. Once, a man approached the Buddha and hurled harsh words, expecting an argument. After listening, the Buddha asked, "If someone offers you a gift and you do not accept it, to whom does it belong?" The man replied, "To the one who offered it." The Buddha said, "Then I do not accept your anger." Letting go can be that simple. Not picking up what is not yours, or what you do not wish to hold tonight. You may still feel the sting because bodies are honest, but you can choose not to keep the package. You can set it gently on the ground and let it belong where it belongs. Try a tiny ritual for the mind's habit of replaying. Picture a simple blackboard. When a looping thought appears, an old conversation, a future worry, write a single word for it on the board. Then, with your exhale, imagine wiping the word with a soft cloth. You do not need to scrub. One pass. The thought may write itself again. Wipe again without drama. You are training a new reflex. Note, wipe, return. The return is the point. To what? To the warmth in your hands, the quiet in your chest, the ordinary mercy of being here. Letting go pairs beautifully with preferences. You can prefer a different outcome without gripping it. You can prefer ease for someone you love without tightening your jaw against reality. The phrase that helps is this: "May it be so, and if not, may I be at peace." Try that with one thing that is bothering you. May it be so, and if not, may I be at peace. It does not erase your care. Keeps your care from consuming your sleep. Sometimes what we cling to is not a thing but an image of ourselves. The competent one, the funny one, the one who never drops a ball. The identity was useful once. It helped you navigate. Letting go here means loosening the hand that squeezes that mask to your face, especially at night. You can rest it on the bedside table the way you rest your glasses. You do not need perfect vision to sleep. You just need the permission to be nobody in particular for a few hours, a breathing animal under a blanket. In the morning, you can pick up what you need with fresh fingers. Consider the way you look at your phone. The first scroll is a small relief. The next is a search for more relief. Soon the mind is chasing, not resting. Letting go is the act of noticing the shift and choosing softness. You place the device face down and let your eyes land on something that does not ask anything of you. The ceiling, the slow sway of a plant, the way light pools in the corner. You feel the body decide that it is safe enough to not be fed for a while. This decision is not deprivation. It is nourishment of a subtler kind. A parable from the heart of practice. The night Mara visited. Mara is the personification of confusion and temptation, the energy that whispers old seductive stories. The tale goes that he came to the Buddha even after awakening, just as the mind's old habits come to us even after we've learned. Instead of fighting or pretending not to notice, the Buddha is said to have greeted him, "I see you, Mara. Come, let's have tea." In that simple hospitality there is a teaching. Letting go is not pushing away. It is seeing clearly, naming what is here, and refusing to build a house for it. You can try it with your own visitors tonight. I see you, worry. I see you, comparison. Tea, then leave. They tend to leave sooner when not wrestled. There is a practice you can do with the breath that emphasizes release. Inhale naturally. On the exhale, purse your lips slightly, as if blowing across a spoon of soup to cool it. Let the outbreath lengthen by a second or two. Feel the ribs draw toward the spine. The nervous system reads this as safety, as completion. After 3 of these, return to normal breathing. Notice whether the mind's speed drops by 1 notch. 1 notch is a victory in this room. We honor shifts that are small and real. What about letting go of being right? This is a tender one. The mind loves the charge of winning an argument, even in imagination. But the charge is expensive. You pay for it with hours of rest. Sometimes the wiser currency is relationship or simply your peace. You can say to yourself, I don't need the last word to have a good night. You can write a draft you will never send, then delete it with a smile and bless the tiny bit of energy you just saved for your tomorrow self. Release also asks you to respect endings. We are not trained for endings, we grip. A project ends, a season turns, a friendship changes shape. Letting go does not mean pretending you are not sad. It means letting the sadness move, like weather, without turning it into a permanent climate. You can breathe with the ache and say, of course. You can place a hand where it hurts and stay. You can watch a memory walk down the road and wave instead of chasing it. The memory will visit again when it wants. You do not have to patrol the boundary. Here is a small physical ritual that many people find soothing. As you lie down, imagine a basket at the foot of the bed made of reeds and strong thread. One by one, place your bundles in it, the work knot, the family knot, the health knot, the knot with no name. You don't solve them, you place them. See the basket already brimming with the gentleness of your intention. Then picture the floor itself becoming the riverbed, the basket resting on it. The river does not need your supervision. It knows the way to the sea. In the morning, whatever belongs to you will still be yours, lighter for having flowed. Whatever does not belong to you will have drifted toward its right place. Letting go is also the art of ending the second arrow of self-judgment. You may notice tonight the mind critiquing your practice. I'm bad at this. I keep thinking. Smile if you can. Thinking is not a crime. It is a function. The point is not to stop thoughts. It is to stop following each one into the thorny thicket. When you notice you've wandered, let that noticing be gentle. Say, ah, here I am, as if finding yourself in a familiar room after taking a wrong turn. Then return to a simple anchor, the rise and fall, the weight, the warmth. Consider cravings. The mind promises peace if only. If only I buy this, if only they respond, if only I fix that. Letting go does not demonize desire. It wants you to know the taste of enough, even briefly. Try this small experiment. Bring to mind something you are tempted to reach for tonight. A click, a snack, another episode, another scroll. Feel the pull honestly, without shame. Then ask your body, what does this actually want underneath? Often the answer is softer than the object. It wants comfort, contact, relief, novelty, rest. Offer a little of the underneath instead. Wrap yourself tighter. Text a simple goodnight to someone safe. Step outside for 30 seconds and taste different air. The pull may reduce because it has been understood. Sometimes letting go is practical. You are halfway through a task and the time is late. The part of you that wants to power through is loud. Another part knows the cost. You can pause and make a trade in clear daylight terms. If I stop now, I will sleep earlier and work with a fresh mind. If I continue, I might finish but pay with fog tomorrow. Choose kindly. You are not a machine that extracts hours without consequence. You are a living thing that ripens when respected. A story that carries the feeling of release. In a certain temple, the novices were taught to sweep leaves in autumn. They would sweep and grow frustrated as the wind laid more leaves down. An elder saw their tight faces and laughed kindly. He handed them each a small bell and said, "When you grow angry with the wind, ring the bell once and bow to the wind as teacher." The next day, the courtyard was full of soft chimes and small bows. No new leaves were prevented. But the novices learned to work with a relaxed brow, and the courtyard was somehow more beautiful for the sound. You cannot stop the wind of life, but you can change your face toward it, and sometimes that is the whole practice. If you share a home, letting go includes forgiveness in small doses. A dish left out, a tone that rubbed. You can decide that not every fray requires a meeting. You can choose which threads to knot and which to let hang until morning when hearts are less brittle. Forgiveness at night is often simply the decision not to rehearse the case. You rest your case and rest your body, trusting that you can speak clearly tomorrow without the heat that steals sleep. There is also the letting go of speed. You do not have to fall into sleep like a stone. You can float toward it. Give yourself permission to slow your transitions. Between upright and lying down, linger a few extra breaths. Between lights on and lights off, pause to feel gratitude for one plain thing. Between thinking and silence, let there be a hallway where you walk slowly, touching the wall with your fingertips. These small pauses are doorways in the house of rest. Letting go does not ask you to be fearless. It asks you to be friendly with fear. If fear is here, tuck it in, not as a special honored guest, but as a small animal that needs warmth. Okay, you can stay on the rug. Do not let it drive the car. Do not throw it out into the cold. Fear becomes less bossy when it is acknowledged and given a safe place to nap. You can also practice letting go with your eyes. With eyes closed, imagine your gaze widening, as if you were looking at a horizon instead of a point. The nervous system correlates narrow focus with hunting, wide focus with resting. In this night, be a creature at rest. Let the sounds come and go without naming each one. Let breath come and go without counting each wave. Widening is a form of release. If regret visits, let it be specific and brief. The mind likes to turn a single misstep into a full autobiography. You can answer with a gentler scale. I said a thing I wish I hadn't in the afternoon. Then add, and I also spoke kindly at another moment. Then offer the simplest repair promise. Tomorrow, I'll try to lead with clarity. Release the courtroom. Keep the thread of learning. That is enough for a human being at night. There is a ritual from some monasteries where, after a period of work, the community makes a sand design of great beauty and then sweeps it away. The point is not nihilism. It is a reminder that beauty and impermanence are friends. You can practice a miniature version. Visualize the most beautiful moment of your day, perhaps small. A smile, a shaft of light, a clever sentence that landed well. Hold it in your mind with appreciation. Then let it dissolve gently, trusting that your life is not diminished when a moment ends. Another will come. The river keeps offering. Try this slow practice now, a release sequence for sleep. First, the jaw. Let the teeth part by a whisper's width and feel the floor of the mouth soften. Second, the tongue. Let it rest like a small boat on a quiet lake. Third, the shoulders. Imagine each shoulder blade melting a few grains into the mattress. Fourth, the belly. Give it permission to be unguarded. If a tear comes, it is just the body salting the earth. Fifth, the hands. Place them wherever they feel held and trust their wisdom. On each exhale, say very softly, down. Feel the body understand. You are teaching it that gravity is a friend. If you are someone who wakes in the night and thinks, you can prepare a friendly phrase to meet yourself with when it happens. Hello, thinker. We are safe. We can think in the morning. Then breathe as if fogging a mirror and let the sleepiness gather like mist in a low valley. If wakefulness remains, don't fight it. Letting go means allowing what is already happening to happen without adding struggle. Rest is still rest even if the eyes are open for a while. Your body will collect it. As we close this part, Place one palm on your heart or your belly, wherever feels most like home. Whisper inwardly 3 times, as if speaking to a dear friend. You can set it down now. Each time you say it, release a layer so thin you cannot see it, only feel the lightness. The bundle at your feet is smaller than when we began. The night is the same and somehow kinder. Tomorrow we will continue to weave these 3 powers into the practical fabric of your day. For now, trust the path beneath you. It has held countless feet. It will hold yours. You do not have to grip to stay here. You are already here. May release come easily. May your nervous system receive the memo that it is allowed to rest. May whatever you are carrying decide on its own good time to become lighter in your hands. Return to the friendly rhythm of breath. Nothing has to be solved in this moment. Your body is allowed to be heavy. Tonight we begin to weave these inner powers into the ordinary fabric of your day. Not as a special event, but as a quiet thread that runs through dishes and doors, messages and moments of silence. Everyday practice is not a new obligation. It is a way of walking with softer feet on the same floors. Start with mornings because mornings set a tone. The alarm goes off. You may want to leap into the stream, but try a tiny pause. Place both feet on the floor before you stand and let them feel the cool or warm surface. Whisper inwardly, "Here are feet." This sounds almost comically simple, and that is why it works. Your nervous system listens to small, clear signals. With the next breath, place a hand over the belly and give yourself 1 sentence of compassion for the day ahead. May I meet what comes with a soft brow. Then 1 sentence of wisdom. What matters first? Choose 1 action, even if it is just water and light. Letting go returns as you exhale. The rest can line up. 2 breaths, 3 sentences, 30 seconds. You have already tuned your lute before playing a note. Move into the kitchen. The mind may say, "Just fuel and go." Sometimes that is true and kind. Other days, try practicing presence with 1 sensory detail. If you drink tea, listen to the first pour. If you make coffee, feel the warmth in your hands as if you were greeting an old friend. If you eat fruit, notice the first clean sweetness and let the aftertaste linger for 1 breath before the next bite. This is not about mindfulness theater. It is about sending a signal that you live in a body, not just a head. When the body is acknowledged, the head does not have to shout. The inbox will greet you. The first message might be generous, the second confusing, the third oddly sharp. Before responding, practice the order we have learned. Compassion, wisdom, letting go. Compassion may be a simple inward nod. Of course this stings. Wisdom asks, what is the purpose of my reply? If the purpose is clarity or service, proceed. If the purpose is to discharge your own heat, take 10 seconds and breathe. Letting go is the choice to edit the first sentence into something kinder, not because you are suppressing yourself, but because you are protecting the day you have to live inside. Often the most skillful change is small and near the beginning. In transit, walking to a bus, parking a car, riding a train, bring attention to your pace. The speed of your feet can pull your nervous system into a sprint even when you are going nowhere urgent. Try slowing by 5%, enough to be felt but not seen by others. With that 5%, look up once at the sky or the nearest tree. Nature is generous with brief antidotes. 1 glance can take you out of the tunnel and back into the wider room where your problems do not fill the ceiling. Meetings and conversations are practice halls. Before you speak, allow a grain of quiet to collect under your tongue. This silent pinch of space changes tone. When you listen, listen with your whole body, not as a tactic but as a courtesy to yourself. You will understand more if you are not planning your reply while the other person's mouth moves. When you feel the rise of heat, a tightening of the jaw, a push in the chest, note it quickly and return to your aim. You might even press your thumb and forefinger together under the table as a private cue. Compassion for your search. Wisdom to name it. Letting go of the urge to win the next inch. The conversation becomes simpler, and even if it does not, you remain simpler inside it. Consider the small frictions of a day. A door that sticks, a browser that freezes, a person who forgets to say thank you. These are invitations to practice not because you are a saint in training, but because the cost of not practicing is your peace. When the door sticks, breathe once and feel your shoulder blades drop. When the browser freezes, unclench your tongue from the roof of your mouth and lean back an inch. When thanks does not arrive, place one hand on your thigh to feel the reality of this warm, alive leg, and let that be enough contact with the actual moment to keep the mind from galloping into courtroom mode. You are moving from reflex to choice in increments. Choice accumulates into a different kind of day. Let us visit the realm of digital life with gentleness. You do not have to make your phone a villain. It is a tool that became a habitat. Change how you live in it by adding windows. Every time you unlock, ask, "What am I here for?" Answer in a single word: weather, map, message, rest. If the word is rest, be honest, this device rarely gives it. Steer toward a truer rest for 30 seconds. Look out the window, stretch your fingers, sip water and truly feel the sip move down. Then go ahead and check what you must. The intimacy of honesty will make your time inside the device less sticky. Parenting, caregiving, partnering, these are deep fields for practice. When you feel the tide rising, try the technique of narrow and name. Instead of managing everyone's moods at once, choose one small workable task and name it quietly. Shoes by the door. Glass of water. Sit and breathe together. Then do that one thing with gentleness. The tide often lowers because it has been given a shoreline. A story for the workday told in quieter words. Once there was a baker whose loaves were the talk of the town. People said he must have a secret spice. They asked to shadow him. He let them. They saw nothing special: flour, water, salt, yeast, time. The secret, if there was one, was how he handled setbacks. If a batch overproofed, he shaped small rolls instead of large loaves. If the oven ran hot, he adjusted the schedule. When asked his philosophy, he shrugged. Work with the dough you have, not the dough you wish you had. This is letting go, wearing an apron. In your own tasks, the day will hand you dough in different moods. Compassion meets your disappointment. Wisdom observes the conditions. Letting go shapes what is possible now. You still end up feeding people. Midday fatigue is real. Schedule a small ceremony of recalibration. Can be 30 seconds at a sink. Wash your hands as if you were washing the morning off and inviting the afternoon. Feel the water temperature. Let the wrists soften. Dry slowly. Say, "Begin again." This practice is not mystical. It is logistical. Your system needs markers. The mind does better when it knows the play has acts and intermissions. When you catch yourself in comparison, practice what we might call friendly narrowing. Comparison often happens in a wide, fuzzy frame where you imagine another person's entire life and hold it against a moment of yours. Narrow the frame to what you can actually affect in the next 15 minutes. You cannot become that imagined life. You can write a paragraph, tidy a surface, take a short walk, or rest. Tiny moves in real space heal the rupture that comparison makes. Compassion for the sting. Wisdom for the false frame. Letting go of the phantom race. If you lead others, bring the 3 powers to your leadership lightly. Before delivering feedback, anchor in compassion. You are speaking to a nervous system, not just a role. Touch wisdom. Name behaviors and impacts rather than identities. Release the story that this conversation must prove your competence. Let it instead serve clarity. End by naming one concrete next step. The lightness you cultivate won't make hard conversations easy, but it will make them cleaner. At home, make ordinary chores into rituals that bless the day rather than punish you for being human. When you wash a dish, imagine you are washing a portion of stress from the day and sending it down the drain. When you fold a towel, imagine you are folding your scattered attention into a simple square you can put on a shelf. When you wipe a counter, imagine you are smoothing the mind's surface. These images are not childish. They are tools. The body understands pictures as instructions. Over time, the chores stop whispering criticism and begin to hum with a low music of care. Evenings tend to open the door for rumination. Before the first spiral, create a landing pad. Place a notebook on a table and write down 3 things. 1 task you completed, 1 moment you appreciated, 1 thing you release until tomorrow. Then close the notebook physically. The closing is part of the spell. Your mind sees your hands declare an ending and believes you more than it believes your thoughts. After this, if rumination knocks, you can tell it, the shop is closed. If it keeps knocking, you can put on soft sounds and let the knocking be part of the soundtrack rather than a command. Micro-practices travel well. You can breathe into your hands while waiting in line. You can relax the muscles around your eyes during a pause in a call. You can soften your belly when you're being praised so you can actually receive it. You can feel your feet when you are disagreeing with someone so you do not float away. Each of these is a string tuned on Sona's lute. Not too tight, not too loose. Music is possible even in a crowded day. There is a way to apply the 3 inner powers to decision-making. First, compassion. Assure the part of you that is afraid of getting it wrong that you will not punish it. Second, wisdom. Write down the few real factors that matter and name which are facts and which are fears. Third, letting go. Make a small decision for a short horizon and release the fantasy that there is a perfect choice that will erase all discomfort.
Decide. Test. Refine.
In this rhythm, your life becomes a conversation rather than a verdict. A short parable to tuck into your pocket. In a quiet village by a lake, 2 neighbors watched a boat drift loose from a dock. One shouted, "Who tied it poorly?" and spent the morning investigating. The other walked to the shore, picked up a pole, and drew the rope back within reach, securing it again. Later, they had soup together. The first spoke about responsibility. The second spoke about the color of the lake under clouds. Both cared. Only one used their care to bring the boat home. When something drifts in your day, a plan, a mood, a relationship, let your care take the form of a small reachable action. Investigation has its place. So does soup. Bring tenderness to the body's cycles. If you feel the afternoon slump, you are not failing. You are a mammal. Stand, stretch, or do nothing for 60 seconds. If the stretch brings tears, let them be part of the stretch. Tears are simply how the body salts its own fields. Watering helps things grow. If you cannot stop working, relax the part of your body that does not directly contribute to the task. Soften your toes while you type. You'll be surprised how much strain lives in parts the task never asked for. With children or elders, the 3 powers shine brightly. Compassion meets the inevitable messiness of need. Wisdom simplifies instructions and expectations. Letting go softens the grip on how the day was supposed to look. Celebrate small mercies, a shared laugh, a steady breath, a safe arrival home. These are not consolation prizes. They are the gold coins that pay for a good life. Sometimes, after an argument or a hard moment, you will feel the backwash of shame. The urge is to armor up or to vanish. Practice a small repair instead. One sentence spoken in a low, even tone can stitch a tear. "I'm sorry for my sharpness earlier," or "I wish I'd listened better." Do not staple on a story about being a bad person or a saint who owns everything. Let the sentence be the stitch. Then let time do what time does to fabric that's cared for. A gentle practice for transitions between tasks. Close your eyes for 2 breaths and imagine you are stepping through a doorway. On the threshold, bow a millimeter to the day that has already happened. Inside the new room, bow a millimeter to the task ahead. These bows are invisible, but your body knows the shape. You will feel less like a browser with 50 tabs and more like someone walking from one room to another, turning off lights as you go. If insomnia visits, give it a job that does not require thinking. Count the exhales that begin with the letter S in your mind. 6, 7, 16, 17. Skip numbers that do not begin with S. Or imagine you are sorting shells by size on a beach, small pile, medium pile, large pile, without words. If this sounds strange, that is fine. The mind likes novelty when it is overloaded. These odd, gentle tasks occupy just enough space to keep the anxious storyteller from taking the stage while leaving room for sleep to wander in from the wings if it wants. When you feel overwhelmed, look for what you can give. It does not have to be grand. Send a kind sentence to a colleague who is rarely thanked. Put a glass of water in front of someone who forgot they were thirsty. Pick up a single piece of trash on your street. Action is the cousin of hope. Your system recognizes the taste of contributing and remembers that you are not just a mind under weather but a pair of capable hands attached to a warm heart. At the very end of the day, return to the river image. Place the invisible basket at the foot of the bed again if you need to and check your pockets for pebbles you picked up without noticing. A look someone gave you, a sentence that snagged, a worry that does not belong to you. Empty them out. If one clings, do not scold yourself. Place that pebble under your pillow with permission to be a teaching dream. Sometimes the mind needs to digest a stone slowly. You can still rest your head on the pillow and let the larger part of you float. As you drift now, remember that practice is not tall or loud. It is a series of touches. Hand to heart, breath to belly, feet to floor, kind phrase to old habit. You will forget and you will remember, in cycles as reliable as tides. The point is not to hold the ocean back. It is to recognize that you are buoyant by nature when you stop gripping the shoreline. May your chores become small blessings. May your conversations be cleaner for their pauses. May your devices turn into tools that respect your nervous system. May your work be work with the dough you have, and may your evenings be wide enough to include one lamp, one book, one breath, and the permission to be no one in particular for a while. Sleep if it comes. Rest if it does not. Either way, you are practicing, and practice is simply a way of being friendly to the hours you have. You have this hour. You have this breath. You have this soft interior of night where compassion warms, wisdom reveals, and letting go opens a window. Arrive again, dear friend. Feel how the night holds you without asking for your resume. You can loosen your shoulders and let the breath come and go like a small tide. If there is a crease in your forehead, invite it to soften. If your jaw is holding on, give it a tiny bit of slack. We will keep walking gently. Tonight we look closely at the 3 frictions that tire the heart: craving, aversion, and confusion, and we learn to meet them with the 3 inner powers you are already practicing. We will go slowly. Nothing has to be forced. We are not trying to erase your humanity. We are learning to carry it with less strain. Craving is the whisper that says, I will be okay when the message arrives, when the project is done, when the body looks different. It might sound reasonable. It might even wear the mask of motivation. But underneath, craving tends to tighten the chest and speed the breath. It is a forward-leaning habit. The mind leans so far into next that it forgets the ground it stands on now. You can feel the lean if you pause in the middle of a wanting and scan your body. Is the breath shallow? Are your hands a bit clenched? Does your gaze narrow? This is not a moral issue. It is a sensation. You are learning to notice the pull without treating it as a command. There is a simple way to work with craving that does not shame it. First, name it gently. A pull is here. You are not the pull. Then ask, what is underneath this? Often the underneath is soft and honest. Comfort, contact, certainty, novelty, rest. Then offer a small, friendly version of the underneath. If you are reaching for a late-night scroll because your body wants novelty, step outside for half a minute and look at the sky. If you want certainty, place a hand on your belly and tell yourself the one certain thing you can truthfully say, I am breathing. If you want comfort, add one pillow or loosen one button or take one sip of warm water. You are not denying desire. You are translating it into something your nervous system can actually digest. A story with the taste of those old simple tales. A traveler walked a long road under a hot sun and came to a well. The first bucket was briny from the sea wind. It did not quench. It made the tongue want more. The traveler kept pulling buckets, each as salty as the last, growing more frantic, more thirsty. An elder passed and said, "That well draws from the ocean." He pointed to a shaded spring a few paces away. The traveler laughed, embarrassed. "I kept thinking the next bucket would fix it." The elder shrugged. Salt water is not evil. It is just not for thirst. Some wells in life will always be salt. More attention, more likes, one more cart item. They do not satisfy thirst. They amplify it. When you catch yourself at the salty well, do not scold yourself. Just lift your eyes and walk a few steps to the spring. Often the spring is ordinary. A breath, a stretch, a kind sentence to yourself, a short rest. Aversion is the push that says, not this, not now, not ever. Sometimes it is fierce and obvious. Sometimes it is subtle, like a tiny flinch inside when a memory rises. Aversion has a job, protect you. It is not the enemy, but when it runs the whole show, the body tightens and the mind becomes a fighter even when there is nothing to fight. You can feel aversion as hardness in the eyes, as a quick judging thought, as a desire to slam a door in your own face. The practice here is not to force acceptance. It is to add warmth around the part that is bracing and to offer a kinder posture toward what is here. Try this little ritual when a small irritation arrives. You notice the heat, maybe at the base of the neck or in your jaw. You place your tongue softly on the roof of your mouth to signal the body that you are not biting. You whisper inwardly, of course this stings. That phrase is compassion. Then you let wisdom in. What is the fact, not the story? The fact might be a delayed reply, a spilled drink, a tone. Then letting go loosens the grip. I can let this pass through without planting it in my bed. Sometimes you will still feel the sting. Sting is not a failure. Aversion loses its control when you stop arguing with the sting and stop letting it write the script for the next hour. There is a saying told in many shapes about a person who picks up a hot coal to throw at an enemy and burns their own hand first. You can feel this in your day. When you run a replay of a conversation with a fired-up soundtrack, your body takes the first burn. The other person is not here, your nervous system is. When you notice you are gripping a coal, you do not need a dramatic ceremony. You simply open your hand. In practice terms, that means you stop repeating the thought that adds heat. You might replace it with a careful, cool phrase. May I keep my peace. May I keep my dignity. You are not excusing harm. You are refusing to let your inner home catch fire. Confusion is the fog that says, I don't know, and makes that not knowing feel like danger. The mind spins. Options multiply. The simplest tasks feel far. Confusion is part of being alive. It arrives whenever life grows beyond your current maps. The skill is not to have a map for every terrain. The skill is to find a small lantern when the fog pools. The lantern can be as simple as 3 concrete facts. Tonight is quiet. My body is lying down. I am hearing a voice. The lantern can be a next tiny step you can actually take, like setting an alarm, writing 1 line, pouring water, or deciding to decide after sleep. Fog is not a verdict. It is weather. Weather changes, and you can be a steady human under it. You can blend the 3 inner powers into one sequence when the frictions visit together, which they often do. Imagine a small triangle in your chest. One corner is compassion. One corner is wisdom. One corner is letting go. When you notice craving or aversion or confusion, touch each corner quickly in your mind. Compassion. Of course, this is here. Wisdom, what is true? Letting go, what can I release right now? The triangle takes a few seconds to trace. Your body reads the shape and begins to relax. The mind learns that it does not have to wrestle every visitor at the door. Everyday scenes will give you practice material. You open your device to check a message and fall into a reel of lives. Craving whispers, more, more, more. Confusion adds, what was I even here for? Aversion pops up when you see something that pokes a bruise. Try this. Put the device down for a single breath without making a rule about the rest of the night. Compassion. This is a powerful machine. Of course I get caught. Wisdom. I came here for weather, or to reply to 1 note. Letting go. 1 breath to reset, then answer that 1 note, then stop. You might still wander. If you do, you repeat the triangle without scolding. You are training a puppy, not a soldier. At work, craving can appear as the itch to say yes to everything so you will feel secure. Aversion can appear as the tendency to avoid a hard email. Confusion shows up as a dozen open tabs and a body that does not want to choose. Before the next yes, place your hand on your chest and ask, does saying yes keep me aligned, or is it a hope to be approved? Kindly check if there is a small no that would protect a better yes later. Before the hard email, soften your belly and write 1 plain sentence that names the situation without heat. Then stop there. Do not write the novel. Before the maze of tabs, choose 1 action that will move anything forward by 1 inch and bring your attention there. Inches add up. Mazes melt when you start walking a line. Parenting and partnership bring the frictions into bright view. A child refuses shoes and craving says, I want this over now. Aversion says, not this again. Confusion floods you because the clock is loud. You can meet the moment as a rhythm instead of a fight. Compassion first. Of course I am tired. Of course they are tired. Wisdom. The aim is shoes on feet, not a perfect mood. Letting go, we will make it slower. Maybe you sing a silly shoe song. Maybe you sit on the floor and breathe together for 3 counts. Maybe you carry the shoes and leave the house with socks and decide the sidewalk will help. None of this makes you a lesser parent or partner. It makes you a responsive one. Your nervous system will thank you later that night when you lie down and find your breath available instead of hiding from the debris of the day. There is an identity trap that the frictions love. The mind takes a passing state and turns it into a permanent label. Craving becomes I am greedy. Aversion becomes I am a bad person. Confusion becomes I am broken. The antidote is a gentle shift in language. Rather than I am, try this is wanting, this is pushing away, this is fog. The shift might seem silly to a clever mind, but your whole system hears the difference. It is easier to be kind to a passing visitor than to a permanent identity. You become a better host to your own experience and a better roommate to your own mind. Self-talk is a powerful lever that is often right under your fingers. Many of us learned to motivate with inner sarcasm. It works in the short term and stains the day. Upgrade your inner voice the way you would upgrade a tool you use every hour. The replacement does not have to be cheesy, can be simple and grown. Instead of you always mess this up, Try this is hard and you're learning. Instead of hurry up, try one step now. Instead of you should be over this, try it makes sense this still hurts. In the beginning, these sentences may feel like you're pretending. You are not. You are choosing a tone that keeps your nervous system in the range where wisdom can function. The content of your life does not need a sneer to move forward. It needs a steady hand. Here is a gentle exercise to see the 3 frictions in real time. Think of a small recent moment that snagged you. Close your eyes if it feels safe and watch the film for 10 seconds. Now pause it at the frame where the snag began. Listen for craving, what did it want? Listen for aversion, what did it reject? Listen for confusion, where did the fog thicken? Do not analyze, just notice the flavors. Then, still with eyes closed, replay the scene with a tiny edit. Add a breath before your first words. Add a less heated phrase. Add a willingness to ask a clarifying question instead of assuming the worst. Watch the scene shift even if only in tone. You are not rewriting the past to scold yourself. You are rehearsing kindness so the body knows what to do next time. Sometimes the 3 frictions operate as a team during the night. You wake at 3. Craving wants sleep to come now. Aversion hates the wakefulness. Confusion pulls you into tomorrow's weather and next week's conversation. Here is a sequence for those hours. Place 1 hand on your belly, 1 on your heart. Breathe as if fogging a mirror for 3 rounds. Whisper inwardly, "We are safe enough." Then choose a tiny anchor. The sound of a fan, the feel of air at the nostrils, the weight of your heel. Count 5 breaths on that anchor. If thoughts arrive, let them pass like trains while you sit on the platform. You do not have to catch any trains at 3 in the morning. When the 5 breaths end, check again. If sleep comes, good. If not, keep resting. Rest is not nothing. It is your body collecting quiet. Money, body image, aging, work recognition, these are realms where craving, aversion, and confusion can be especially loud because culture is loud. Make small sanctuaries around them. If money worry spikes, do not try to solve your finances at midnight. Write a date and a time tomorrow when you will look at numbers for 15 minutes. Put the paper where you will see it. Whisper, "Tomorrow with light." If body image stings, place a hand on the body part you tend to criticize and say, "Thank you for carrying me." If aging thoughts arise, you can bow to the years that have kept you alive and let the bow be the whole practice. If recognition feels thin, name 1 way you contributed today that no one saw. Let yourself be a witness to your own quiet good. A little parable to carry to your pillow. 2 artisans worked with clay. One kept wetting and reforming their piece, never letting it sit, certain that just 1 more adjustment would create perfection. The other shaped carefully, then stepped back and let the air do its part. By morning, 1 piece had form. The other was a lump of soggy potential. The difference was not talent. It was trust in the part of the process that is not you. Craving often keeps touching the clay. Letting go steps back and lets the air help. Wisdom knows when to stop touching. Compassion comforts the hands while they learn. Bring the 3 frictions into speech for a moment. You can try tiny phrases that realign the tongue. When you want to say you might change it to lately I notice. When you feel the urge to say I'm fine while you are not, you might try I'm stretched and I'm here. When you want to demand an answer from someone or from life, you might try I can wait and still care. These changes are not tricks. They are ways of staying loyal to the tone you wish to live in. It helps to build small rituals that make the practice tangible. You might keep 3 pebbles on your nightstand, 1 for each friction. At the end of the day, you touch the pebble that visited most and say, "I saw you." Then you touch the 3 inner powers in your mind and say, "Thank you." Over weeks, this simple touch builds recognition. Recognition is powerful. It shortens the time between snag and softening. Your body begins to bring the right lantern to the right hallway without being asked. There will be days when you forget everything and run after every pull, push against every annoyance, get lost in fog until noon. Nothing is broken on those days. You are practicing in weather, not in a vacuum. When you remember, you do not need to retroactively perfect the morning. You simply re-enter the day with a gentler hand, a breath, a small action, a kinder line to yourself. Practice is a spiral, not a straight staircase. Each loop brings you past the same landmarks with a bit more ease. As we settle this part, let the body teach the mind again. On your next inhale, feel the slight rise without helping. On your next exhale, feel the weight of you sink a shade deeper into whatever holds you. Whisper inwardly, enough for now. The mind may protest. That is its habit. Let the protest be background sound. The foreground is the simple fact that you are here, breathing, with the option to be friendly to yourself. You are not trying to become a different kind of human. You are learning 3 gestures you can make in any weather: warmth toward what hurts, clarity about what is true, and release of what you don't have to carry. Craving softens when it is understood. Aversion softens when it is accepted. Confusion softens when a small light is lit. These softenings add up. They become the texture of your days and the flavor of your nights. May your wanting become a guide, not a tyrant. May your resistance become a boundary that breathes. May your confusion become curiosity. May you feel tonight that you are already on the path because you are breathing with a little more kindness than before. That is enough. That is plenty. The night has its own kind of kindness, the kind that doesn't need you to perform. Feel the simple physics of being held by the bed or couch or cushion. Let one in-breath lengthen by half a second. Then let the next out-breath carry a spoonful of weight away from your ribs. If your mind is busy, imagine its pages turning a little more slowly, like a book being read by lamplight instead of in a rush between train stops. We are going to talk tonight about the voice inside, how to soften it, tune it, and make it into a companion that helps rather than harms. Compassion and self-talk are not side topics. They are the ground you walk on all day. You already know the inner critic. It is quick, fluent, very sure of its job. In many of us it formed early, trying to keep us safe, trying to make us acceptable to a world that sometimes felt unpredictable. It is not the enemy. It is simply outdated software that thinks shouting equals protection. Tonight we begin a gentle upgrade. Not a fight. Not a deletion. An upgrade. We will keep the intelligence, your sensitivity to details, your desire to do well, and change the tone. When the tone changes, the whole day changes, because you live inside your own voice the way a bird lives inside air. A small practice to feel the difference right now. Bring to mind a minor stumble from today, a missed word, a delayed reply, a forgotten item. Notice the first sentence your mind wants to say about it. Don't censor, just hear it. Now imagine a wise, kind elder who knows you well and likes you exactly as you are. Hear their version of the first sentence. The elder's sentence will be shorter, simpler, softer. Maybe, "That was a lot today," or "You'll fix it in the morning." Feel the body's response to each tone. One tightens, one loosens. This is not philosophy. It is nervous system care. We can make the upgrade practical with a 4-step rhythm you can do in a few seconds. Recognize, relate, rephrase, rehearse. Recognize means you name what the inner voice just said without merging with it. Ah, a harsh line landed. Relate means you add warmth. Of course, I wish I'd done that differently. Rephrase is the craft. You translate the harsh line into a helpful one. I'm hopeless becomes I'm learning, and I'll take one step. Rehearse means you repeat the new line 2 or 3 times. out loud if possible, so your mouth teaches your mind its new route. Your brain is plastic even at night. It learns from repetition, not from force. Let's try this with a scene. You sent a message with a typo that changed the meaning. The mind pounces. How could you? Recognize. Harsh line just arrived. Relate. Of course I care. I want to be clear. Rephrase. I'll send a follow-up now with a small correction. Rehearse. Whisper the phrased plan twice. Then do it. In 90 seconds, you move from self-attack to constructive action. You kept the energy that cares and dropped the extra heat that burns. You can build a pocketful of friendly scripts, not slogans, scripts that fit your mouth. When you are late, I misjudged today. Thank you for waiting. When you make a mess, I'll clean this and breathe. When you forget, I lost a thread. I'll pick one up now. When someone is disappointed in you, I can bear this and stay kind. When you are disappointed in yourself, that stung. I'll learn without bruising. Say any of these out loud and notice the body. The breath resumes its original shape. There is a parable from mountain paths. A traveler hired a donkey to carry a load up a steep trail. The donkey stopped halfway, ears back, refusing to move. The traveler shouted and pulled, growing more frustrated. An old guide watched, then walked over, stood beside the donkey, and rested a palm gently on its neck. You're asking a lot, he murmured. Let's do this together. He loosened the rope, took one step, waited, took another. The donkey followed, not because it was bullied, but because the tone changed. Your inner life is like that donkey. When you yank hard, it digs in. When you stand beside it and speak kindly, progress returns. Compassion is not indulgence. It is the most efficient way up the hill. If you worry that kindness will make you lazy, test it. Try one day of kind self-talk and watch your output. Most people discover that warmth fuels steady action. Harshness powers sprints and crashes. Warmth powers the middle way. Consistent, sustainable, human. You may still procrastinate sometimes. You are human, but the delay will be shorter when you are not also hiding from your own tongue. A body-based doorway into compassion. Touch. Place a hand where it feels helpful. Chest, belly, back of the neck. This is not a symbol. Nerves speak touch fluently. As you breathe, imagine your hand's warmth as a quiet ally. Say a line that fits. I'm with you, or easy, or soft now. If words feel sticky, drop them. Let the warmth do the talking. Many nights, this is enough to tilt the whole system toward rest. We will keep upgrading the lexicon. Instead of, I should have, try next time I'll try. Instead of, what's wrong with me, try, what do I need now? Instead of, I always, try, lately. Instead of, I can't handle this, try, this is a lot. I'll take one step. The changes look small on paper. In the body, they are huge. They shift you from judgment to guidance, from prophecy to plan. There is a story about a teacher who kept 2 envelopes on his desk. In one, a card said, "You are allowed to be human." In the other, a card said, "You are capable of more." He would open the one he needed in the moment. Self-talk that is only soothing can become avoidance. Self-talk that is only demanding becomes cruelty. The art is timing. Compassion first, then a simple, doable ask. You are allowed to be human. Also, send that 2-sentence note now. This sequence keeps you connected and moving. Sometimes the inner critic borrows the voices of people from your past. Recognizing this can be liberating. If you notice a familiar tone that is not yours, you can say, "Thank you, old voice. I'm choosing a different way." Then speak your chosen line. If this feels strange, that's okay. Imagine learning to write with your non-dominant hand. It is clumsy at first, but with practice the letters smooth. Your mouth is learning a new alphabet of care. Make space for grief in this work. Harsh self-talk often sits on top of old sadness. The child who couldn't please everyone, the teenager who swallowed their truth, the adult who carried too much. Compassion does not force you to process it all tonight. It offers hospitality, a couch and tea for an old feeling. You might place one hand on your belly and one on your heart and say, "I won't leave you out of this." That sentence alone mends a long-ago tear. Let's bring this into 3 everyday rooms. In the kitchen, you drop a plate. The crack sounds like a verdict. The critic rushes in with a closing argument. Pause. Feel your feet. It's a plate. Breathe once. Care, not case. Clean slowly, like you're cleaning a moment rather than a mess. If you want, you can trace the edge of a remaining chip and whisper, "Visible history." Let the kitchen be a place where mistakes are folded into the story of a lived life, not evidence for prosecution. At the desk, you are staring at a paragraph that won't come. The critic says, "You're losing it. Change the job description." Gentle advisor, what's one helpful move? Maybe the move is to write a terrible first sentence on purpose. Maybe it is to set a timer for 10 minutes. Maybe it is to drink water. Whisper the plan. Start. The voice inside is not a judge's bench. It is a coach's sideline. A good coach knows when to lighten, when to challenge, and when to pull you for rest. On the pillow, an old embarrassment appears and lights up the body as if it is happening now. The critic loves this theater. Instead, you can play a different role. You can be the friend who walks on stage and takes your hand. "Hey, we're not doing this at midnight." If the scene insists, let it play once at half speed with a new soundtrack. Kindness music underneath. Watch yourself doing your best at the time with the skills you had. Bow to that younger you. Then tell the nervous system, "We're safe here." Return to the weight of the blanket. The bed is real. The replay is a ghost. Try a micro-practice we will call face soft. Without changing anything else, allow the muscles at the corners of your eyes and mouth to drop by a millimeter. This tiny shift sends a powerful signal. The hunt is off. The body takes orders from the face. Let your face be a messenger of peace to the muscles that are tired of holding up the sky. 1 breath, 1 millimeter. Watch the tone of your thoughts change color. Language is not only what you say inside, it's how you carry your body. Hunched shoulders say, "Under attack." Open shoulders say, "I can meet this." You don't have to perform confidence. Just roll the shoulders back once, as if making room for your heart. Sometimes that's all the self-talk required. A gesture that says, "I'm allowed to take up with." Let us meet a fear many people carry. If I stop being hard on myself, other people will be hard on me. It is true that the world can be sharp, but your own harshness does not protect you from outer sharpness. It doubles it. When the inner voice is kind, you recover faster from outer bumps. You make clearer requests. You set cleaner boundaries. Compassion strengthens the spine by relaxing the unnecessary armor that restricts your breath. Speaking of boundaries, let your self-talk include "no" in a gentle tone. "I can't take that on this week. I need a slower timeline. I'm not available for that conversation tonight." Your mouth is allowed to say these lines without a long defense. You are practicing self-respect, which is compassion applied to time. A short story from the life of villages. A woman once came to a teacher carrying a jar of cloudy water and asked how to make it clear. "Stop stirring," he said, and set it down. After a while, the silt settled. We have told this story before in different clothes. It keeps returning because minds keep stirring. Harsh self-talk is a kind of stirring. Compassion is setting the jar down. The clarity you want cannot arrive while you are shaking yourself for failing to be clear. Build a daily mercy budget. Decide in the morning that you will spend a certain amount of gentleness on yourself and others, the way you might spend sunlight on a plant. You don't have to measure. You just keep an eye on tone. If you catch yourself bankrupt by noon, replenish with a breath and a phrase. Begin again. This is not sentimental. It is strategic. The tasks you care about are easier when your inner climate is mild. You might also enjoy a small nighttime ritual called the letter from the future friend. Imagine a wiser you a few years down the path, writing to you about tonight. Hear one paragraph, plain and warm. You are doing far better than you think. Please sleep. The thing you worry about becomes workable in daylight. Keep your kindness. It is your actual strength. Listen, then tuck the letter under your pillow in your mind. If you wake later, read it again with your eyes closed. Your nervous system knows your own handwriting. Let's craft 3 phrases for 3 common traps. When you drop something, oops, I'm human, reset. Feel the word reset as a button in your chest that returns you to the home screen of breath. When you feel behind, time is wide. One true next. Choose one next action, very small. The rest can be a field you walk later. When you face rejection, it stings and I survive. Place a hand on the sternum and breathe 3 times. Then ask, what belongs to me to improve and what does not? This separates dignity from despair. Talk to the parts of you that carry old roles. Perfectionist, you kept me safe once. Tonight, take the night off. People pleaser, thank you for trying to keep connection. I'll connect with honesty tomorrow. When parts are thanked, they relax. When they are shamed, they hide and come back sharper. You are learning diplomacy with your own psyche. Be kind to your sleep as a living creature that visits when the house is quiet and the dog is friendly. Do not chase it around the yard. Make the yard inviting. Dim the lights of your inner speech. A bedtime script can help. Body, thank you. Mind, thank you. Heart, thank you. We are closed for the night. If thoughts knock, you can be the gentle shopkeeper who sweeps, smiles, and points to the sign. Closed now. Come back in the morning. If the day gave you a hard conversation, practice a brief aftercare. Sit or lie down and tell yourself the truth in plain words. That was hard. I stayed more steady than last time. Or, that was hard. I lost my center. I'll repair tomorrow. Place a warm object, mug, compress, hand, where your chest tightens. Let warmth be your first language. Then pick one sentence of learning. Then stop. Do not hold the meeting all over again. That room is empty now. When shame appears, it tries to isolate you with whispers that you are uniquely wrong. Compassion answers with common humanity. Others have felt this. Others have walked through this. If names help, bring to mind one person you respect who has admitted a similar stumble. Not to compare, just to belong. Shame shrinks in company. There is an artistry in choosing the first sentence you say to yourself upon waking. Choose a gentle one for a week and see. Good morning, heart. Or, we'll go softly. Or, another chance. The day will still be the day, with its knots and gifts, but you will meet it with a friend at your side instead of a critic at your throat. Try this mini practice now, 10 breaths long. On each inhale, silently say, kind in. On each exhale, kind out. If words feel like too much, just feel the wordless version, the texture of receiving and the texture of offering. After 10, notice the temperature of your thoughts. The room inside you may have warmed a degree. That degree matters when a cold wind blows. A small note on humor. Kind self-talk can smile. It doesn't need to be solemn. You can say, okay champ, let's aim for decent. and mean it with affection. You can tell your mind, "Thank you for the epic screenplay. We're making a short tonight." You can bow to your own dramatic streak with a grin. Laughter loosens the knots that insight alone cannot untie. As we close, return to the donkey on the hillside, the jar on the table, the elder with 2 envelopes. These images are invitations to a tone. Your tone becomes your climate. Your climate grows your days. You do not have to nail the perfect sentence every time. You only need to notice when the old voice picks up the old rope and, with a breath, take the rope gently back. Stand beside yourself. Whisper, "Let's do this together." Place a hand where it is most comforting. Feel the pulse of your life under your palm. It is not asking you to be extraordinary. It is asking you to be on your own side. May your inner words tonight be simple and sincere. May they include all of you, the child who tried so hard, the adult who keeps showing up, the part that still wants gold stars, the part that longs to rest. May your self-talk be a warm doorway you can walk through every hour into a house where you are welcome. One more breath. Kind in, kind out. The day can sleep now. You can too. And if you don't, you can rest in this gentler weather you have made with your own voice. That is a real accomplishment, invisible to metrics and obvious to your nervous system. Thank you for your practice. Thank you for your company. We continue tomorrow with what we hold on to and who we think we are. For now, the lamp is low and the room is good. Feel the steady weight of your body, the honest pull of gravity, the way the night makes room for you without asking for an introduction. You do not need a resume here. You do not need a name tag, a title, a role. You get to be a breathing being in a gentle room. Let the inhale arrive like a visitor who knows the way. Let the exhale leave like a kind guest who tidies before going. Tonight we will rest our hands on something tender and powerful. Who you think you are, who you have to be, the masks and names that sometimes fit and sometimes pinch. We will not wage war on identity. We will wear it more lightly, like a scarf on a breezy evening rather than a helmet strapped tight. In ordinary life, identities help. Parent, friend, teammate, healer, builder, analyst, artist. They are like tools in a belt. The trouble begins when a tool becomes a hand, when you forget you can set it down. Identity hardens most at night when the room grows quiet and yesterday's performances still echo. The mind tries on verdicts, success or failure, good or bad, strong or weak. The body feels those verdicts as tightness at the jaw, a guarded belly, a forehead that forgot how to smooth. Notice if any of that is here. You do not have to fix it. Just notice the weight of the helmet you wear to be you. Try a small practice. Imagine that everything with your name on it is a little paper square stuck to your chest. Boss, helper, funny one, responsible one, the one who never drops a ball, the one who has to be strong, the one who is falling behind. With your inner hand, peel one label off. Place it on the bedside table. Notice what remains. Peel another, and another. You can pause whenever you like. No identity is being destroyed. You are not burning the labels. You are setting them down where they will be easy to find in the morning. Feel the skin of your chest under the places where the labels were. It is warmer, can breathe. You are still here, perhaps more here. Identity clings hardest when praise and blame blow like wind. There is an old phrase for these gusts, sometimes called the worldly winds. Gain and loss, pleasure and pain, praise and blame, status and obscurity. The winds blow in every life, and they touch identity first. If you lean all your weight into them, they carry you off. If you remember that you are an ocean, not just a boat, the winds make small ripples on a surface that is vast. Tonight, be ocean for a while. You do not need to discipline the weather. You let the weather be weather and feel the depth under your ribs that wind cannot move. An everyday scene. At work you are the fixer. People come to you because you can carry. This has kept teams alive and given you a quiet pride. It also makes your back ache and your nights thin. The identity of fixer whispers that rest equals failure. Wisdom disagrees. Compassion says, of course you built this habit. Of course you want to protect people. Letting go suggests a light adjustment. You can still be skilled, still be devoted, and no longer be the one who always says yes. You can choose one thing per day to not fix, letting it teach someone else. You will feel the edge of panic the first times you try. Place a hand on the belly. Breathe the panic like a wave. It rises. It falls. The world does not end. A new identity slips in beside the old one. Not fixer. Steward. A steward cares and also trusts. Your nervous system learns that your worth is larger than your usefulness. Another room. Home. Perhaps you carry the identity of the strong one. You learn to swallow your tears so others could feel safe. Tonight, on this pillow, the strong one is allowed to loosen. Strong does not have to mean hard. Strong can be like a willow that bends and does not break. You can let one tear escape if it wants. You can sigh and feel the bed accept you. The people you love will not lose their anchor because you rested for a night. Sometimes the truest strength is the willingness to be seen by yourself. A small body practice to soften identity's grip. Many of us wear what I call the helmet of proving. It protects the tender mind and it squeezes the face. On your next exhale, imagine unbuckling that helmet under your chin. Feel the tiny muscles at the temples unclench by a millimeter. Let the forehead smooth like water settles in a glass. Let the eyes widen into a softer gaze, as if looking at a horizon rather than a target. The body reads this as permission to be a creature at rest. Inside that creature, there is a person. Inside that person, there is a presence that is older than your name. Stories can help us see what is stuck. Here is a simple one. A traveler came to a wide river with no bridge. On the bank, they built a raft from branches and vines. Took time. They crossed with effort and gratitude. On the far side, the traveler hoisted the raft onto their back and began to walk. Every step hurt. An elder saw and asked, "Why are you carrying what already carried you?" The traveler blinked and set the raft down. Identity is like that raft. The role you built to cross a certain water was skillful. When the terrain changes, you are allowed to rest the raft. You can visit it when you need it again. You can even repair it with love. You do not need to sleep with it strapped to your shoulders. Another story, quieter and close to the heart. Two monks stood in a courtyard where a flag moved in the wind. One said the flag was moving. The other said the wind was moving. Their teacher walked by and smiled. "Not the flag, not the wind," he said. "Mind is moving. Identity is a movement of mind. It is useful and it is not the same as you. The deeper you is the awareness that notices the flag, the wind, the debate, the smile. Tonight, let awareness sit on the courtyard bench and watch the flags of your roles ripple without having to chase any of them. Language is a doorway. Identity hardens with the phrase "I am," especially when followed by sharp nouns. I am a failure. I am anxious. I am too much. I am not enough. We touched this earlier and now we will practice it again with a little more care. Switch from being to noticing. Anger is present. Fear is visiting. A mistake happened. A success happened. You remain larger than both. This is not pretend. The body will tell you if the shift is true by relaxing a degree. If your body tenses more, soften further. Try "we" instead of "I" if that brings you company. We are hurting. We can breathe. We will meet this tomorrow with help. Beware the trap of the glittering identity, the one that wins praise, the high achiever, the empath, the creative genius, the reliable friend. These shine like badges, and yet badges can be heavy. You are allowed to pin them to a jacket rather than your skin. You can hang the jacket on a hook at night. The person under the jacket is not less real. Perhaps the person breathes easier. In the morning, if you need that badge, put it on with awareness. Try this. Breathe in while imagining a jacket sliding onto your shoulders. Breathe out as you slip it off. Feel the difference in your ribs. Living like this is not flaky. It is merciful. If it feels helpful, picture a closet inside your chest with a simple wooden rod and a few sturdy hangers. On the hangers are the roles you wear by day. Tonight, open the closet and gently hang each one in order. The one called protector, the one called provider, the one called performer, the one called pleaser. You can smooth their sleeves. Thank them for their service. Close the door halfway so you can still hear them breathe, but let the room beyond be wide and dim and kind. In that room, your breathing knows it is older than cloth. Let's visit the arena of social mirrors. Likes, views, praise, silence. Your identity may be wired to these numbers. The nervous system learns whatever you feed it repeatedly. If you feed it metrics, it will crave metrics. You do not need to become indifferent or superior. You can simply add a nightly counterpractice that restores sovereignty. Place a hand on your sternum and say, I exist even when no one is looking. Say it again if needed. The body hears sentences that are simple and true. If you wish, add one detail of existence you can sense. The weight of a foot, the sound of your own breath, the warmth in your palm. Existence becomes something you can feel, not something other people grant you. In relationships, identity may grab the wheel. You become the smart one or the funny one or the calm one. These are not wrong. They are incomplete. Intimacy deepens when identities relax. You can show the person you love that you are sometimes unsure, sometimes quiet, sometimes serious, sometimes silly. Let an evening include a different facet. If you are always the listener, try speaking one small truth. If you are always the speaker, try asking one true question and lean back to hear the answer. Your nervous system might protest. Says this is dangerous. Thank it and make the experiment tiny. One sentence, one question, one breath of silence where your identity would usually fill the space. Then smile and feel your ribs expand to fit a wider you. We should also be kind and honest about the identities that were survival strategies. The good kid, the good soldier, the peacemaker, the perfect student, the funny one who deflects pain. These roles had reasons. Tonight is not the night to rip them off. Tonight is the night to let them nap. You can say, thank you for getting me this far. Rest. I will wake you when needed. Speaking like this may bring up unexpected tenderness. Let it. The part that kept watch for years needs someone trustworthy to say, you can sleep now. That someone is you. A micro-practice for when identity flares in real time. Notice the cue. A familiar tightening, a need to correct, a flood of words rising to prove. Nod inwardly to the part arriving. Say, I see you, performer, or I see you, defender. Ask it for one favor. Stand beside me rather than in front of me. Then speak or act from the body's slower wisdom. If you misstep, you can repair. The world rarely ends when you let identity move to the side. Often the conversation becomes more human. Let us bring the three inner powers to identity itself. Compassion for identities that form to keep you safe. Wisdom to see which ones fit today and which ones pinch. Letting go to loosen the strap for the night. When you apply the powers here, shame is not invited. Shame is another identity wearing a judge's robe. Can wait outside while you tend to clothes and names. If it sneaks in, recognize it, Relate kindly, rephrase it, rehearse softer words. You know how now? Sometimes the most honest practice is silence. Sit or lie still and ask the soft question, who am I right now without my stories? Do not answer with a resume. Answer with things the body knows. I am warmth in a palm. I am breath moving like tide. I am the feeling of sheets. I am listening. You will find that these answers do not collapse you. They open you. You become simple enough to rest. Parable of the moon and the finger. A teacher points at the moon reflected in a pond, and the student cannot stop studying the finger. The finger is identity. The moon is the living presence that breathes you. Fingers are useful. They show you where to look. But if you lick the finger, you will never taste moonlight. Tonight, let your attention lift a few inches beyond your roles and taste the coolness of simply being aware. This taste is not rare. It is your default when the noise pauses. Your roles will be more beautiful tomorrow if they are lit from this moon, not from the fluorescent lights of proving. If it helps, imagine that every breath polishes a small window in the center of your chest. With each exhale, a bit of condensation clears. Through that window, you glimpse the wider sky. Roles pass like birds. Thoughts pass like clouds. Sensations pass like weather. The window remains. It is not a thing. It is an opening. When we speak of identity lightly, we do not mean you become no one. We mean you become spacious enough to hold your names without drowning in them. An everyday example from the gym or the mat or the morning walk. Perhaps you used to be faster or stronger. The identity of the old pace haunts the new pace and turns kindness to grit. You can breathe and say, I walk with the body I have today. You can meet the breath of this age, this hour. If grief arises because change is real, let it rise. You are not wrong to want your old lungs. Love your current ones. They still carry you to the corner and back. There is dignity in a pace that matches the truth. In the realm of money or status, identity loves to build ladders to the sky. The climb is thrilling and lonely. Tonight, there is no ladder. There is a floor and a ceiling and a warm bed. Let the heart expand to fit this modest room. Modesty is not defeat. It is clarity about what is enough for this breath. You will still have ambitions and projects. They will be cleaner if they grow from rested ground. When anger visits, identity likes to pronounce, I am an angry person, or I am not the kind of person who gets angry. Both pronouncements erase the moment's nuance. Try this instead. Anger is present and it is asking for care. The care might be a boundary. The care might be a walk. The care might be 3 breaths and then an honest sentence tomorrow. You are not defined by the weather passing through. You are defined, if at all, by how kindly you meet it. Here is a soft ritual to end the day when identity feels sticky. Sit at the edge of the bed. Place your feet on the floor. Imagine that the floor is a quiet river. Speak each role out loud in a whisper and bow your head a degree after each. Worker, partner, parent, child, friend, neighbor, citizen. Add the ones that are yours alone. After each bow, see that role float a few inches downriver to rest on the bank where the reeds are. You are not abandoning anyone. You are visiting the bank of being. When you crawl into bed, picture the roles sleeping in a friendly line along the shore. They look smaller from here. You can love them better in the morning if you do not sleep with all of them stacked on your chest. If you wake in the night with the urge to pick up a role to keep you safe, keep a sentence ready. I do not need to be seen to be real. Or, my value is not a night guard. Or, the person I am trying to protect with performance has already made it to morning many times. Then return to touch. The bed is a teacher. It holds without asking you to be anything. 2 small experiments for tomorrow if they feel right. In a conversation where you usually perform, try an honest pause before you answer. In a task where you usually tighten, try loosening grip by 5%. Then notice the world did not punish you. Or if it did, notice that you recovered. The identity that said you must grip to survive was trying to help. You are teaching it new data. We often think the deepest change will be dramatic, a lightning bolt that renames us. But the truth of this path is quieter. Identity loosens in a long series of micro-releases. A tense shoulder drops. A sharp sentence softens. A label is set on the table for an hour. A face relaxes by a millimeter. The world around you may not notice. Your nervous system notices. Your breath notices. The people closest to you will begin to feel the difference in your presence, even if they cannot name it. You will feel more like a house with open windows than a bunker with a perfect door. Before we close, return to the closet in your chest. Open it just enough to see your rolls resting. Whisper a thank you. Then look behind you to the larger room. It has no ceiling and no walls. This room is not a desert. It is a meadow. It is the place where compassion warms, wisdom lights, letting go opens the air. Somewhere in that meadow, a small lantern is still burning from the first night we sat together. Sit near it. Place your hands near its warmth. Remember that you are allowed to be no one in particular while you sleep. In the morning, you will remember your names. For now, rest in the kind namelessness that is the ground of every true name. If a doubt comes up asking who you are without your roles, answer softly. I am the one who can be kind in the dark. I am the one who can listen to breath. I am the one who can set bundles down. These answers will not make headlines. They will make a life where you are not trapped by the costumes that once saved you. A life where you can pick up a role with gratitude and put it down without fear. Let your last breaths of this part be slow and plain. Feel the ground. Let the helmet rest on the nightstand with the keys and the phone. You will not need it in your dreams. May the river carry your labels a little way downstream and return them in the morning lighter and kinder. May your sleep be roomy enough to include the person you were, the person you are, and the person who is still unfolding. May you know yourself tonight not as a tidy story but as a warm presence that is always welcome in this room. You are here. That is enough. Feel the room take your shape the way water takes a cup. There is no test you must pass to belong here. You can yawn, you can shift, you can let your breath be ordinary. Tonight we gather the threads of everything you've been practicing and weave them into simple rituals. Friendly repetitions that teach your nervous system what safety feels like. Not ceremonies for show. Not perfection routines. Just gentle rhythms you can lean on when the day feels jagged. Think of them as small bridges over familiar creeks. You won't need them every hour, but when you do, you'll be glad they're there. A ritual is a promise your body makes to your mind. It says, I will meet you kindly at these moments, no matter the weather. The promise is small on purpose so you can keep it. Kept promises build trust. Trust softens the guarding. Softness lets wisdom enter and letting go become natural instead of forced. In this way, the three inner powers become muscle memory. Begin at the beginning, morning. Before you stand, let the day greet you while you are still horizontal. Feel the length and width of your body. Whisper inwardly, good morning, heart. Place both feet on the floor and pause for one breath. That is the whole ritual. If you want to add a phrase, let it be a simple triad you already know. May I be gentle today. May I see clearly. May I release what I don't need to carry. Do not negotiate with your mind about greatness. Keep it small and keep it sincere. The day will be large on its own. Walk to water next. Washing your face can be a bell. Feel the coolness. Notice the sound of the tap. Thank the water in quiet words that no one hears. This thank you is not a performance. It is a tuning fork. Your system hears your own voice choose gratitude, and the tone of your thinking shifts a degree. Degrees add up. If you drink tea or coffee, let the first pour be a little ceremony. Do nothing else while you pour. Listen. Watch the steam rise and dissolve. On your first sip, pause longer than habit. Where does the warmth land? Can you find its path down your chest? This is not about being a saint with a mug. It is about letting one moment in the morning settle the snow globe so you can see the room again. Thresholds are perfect for ritual because you cross them without thinking. Each doorway is a chance to arrive. Choose one door you pass often. Bedroom to hall, hall to kitchen, kitchen to outside, and place a breath there. You don't need to stop in the doorway. Just soften your shoulders as you pass and say inwardly, here. If you like, place your fingertips on the doorframe once a day and feel the wood or paint. Textures bring you back to this life, this house, this hour. Compassion like something to touch. Hands are built for ritual. When you wash them, do it sometimes as if washing off the previous hour and inviting the next. Warm water if you can. Slow drying. A single phrase, begin again. Do not make the sink a shrine. Just let it be a place where restarting is allowed. Choose a pocket to hold a small smooth stone. It will be your triangle stone. When craving, aversion, or confusion knocks, touch the stone for 2 seconds. Trace the triangle in your chest. Compassion, wisdom, letting go. The stone is not magic. It is a reminder. Your body loves reminders more than arguments. Before opening your inbox, set a gentle aim. Whisper it to clarify and be kind. Then take one longer exhale through pursed lips, as if cooling tea. That single exhale changes tone. When you send a message that matters, pause long enough to soften your face by a millimeter. Faces talk to bodies. A relaxed face tells the body, we are not under attack. Answers written from that chemistry rarely need second drafts. When you unlock your phone, ask the one-word question, why? Name your answer in one word too. Weather, map, message. If the word is rest, set the device down for one breath and rest for real by feeling your feet or looking at the sky. Then pick up the phone if you still want it. This ritual is not about virtue. It is about honesty. Honest minutes are kinder minutes. Meals can become small temples of mercy without changing the menu. Choose one bite per meal to meet with full attention. Not every bite, just one. The first or the last or a middle one you announce quietly to yourself. Feel the texture, the temperature, the path. The body hears the message. We live here. We are allowed to enjoy a little. Enjoyment is not disloyal to struggle. It is fuel for carrying. The commute has rituals hiding in plain sight. When your hand meets the steering wheel or the strap or the handle, notice the contact. In the first block or the first minute, widen your gaze. Hunters narrow, resters widen. Let your eyes see more of the horizon even if the horizon is a hallway. In that first minute, ask the question, what is actually in my control right now? Let the answer be small. Speed, breath, music. This shrinks the imaginary courtroom and returns you to the road. Returning home is a threshold worthy of ceremony. Create a landing bowl near the door, not just for keys, for bundles. When you enter, place your hand over the bowl for one breath and let the day's weight drop there the way you dropped the keys. If you live with others, touch the bowl together sometimes, wordlessly agreeing to be gentler inside this room. If the day insists on following you, tell it can wait by the door. It will still be there in the morning, smaller because you didn't feed it all night. Let your bed welcome you with a closing ritual that is brief and real. 3 lines in a notebook works well for many. One thing done, one thing seen, one thing released. Done can be small. wrote a paragraph, made the call, changed the sheet. Scene can be smaller. Light on a floorboard, the way someone laughed, a bird on a wire. Released is humble. Second-guessing that reply, the meeting that's over, the thought that I have to carry everyone. Close the notebook. The closing is essential. Your body watches your hands close something and believes you more than it believes the mind that says the day is endless. If you like water, turn bathing into a river. As you shower or soak, choose one worry to let the water hold for a while. Say its name inside, then feel the stream on your skin and picture it washing over the named knot. You are not fixing. You are letting water share the weight. The next morning, the knot will either be smaller or clearer. Either way, you honored your limit without abandoning your care. Sometimes a ritual is a sentence that lives on your tongue. You can tuck these around the house like small bells. On the refrigerator, it's okay to eat and rest. On the bathroom mirror, begin again. On a sticky note near your desk. One true next. On the inside of a closet door, hang up the roll. The notes are not commands. They are gentle invitations from you to you. The tone matters more than the font. There is a soft old story about a village bell. At noon each day, an elder would ring it, and everyone would stop for a single breath. One year the elder grew sick and the bell stayed silent. People found themselves more hurried, more brittle. A child asked the elder how long a breath takes. The elder smiled. Long enough to change the hour. You don't need a bell tower. Your phone can chime softly at noon and at 5. When it does, take one breath that touches your belly. If you're in the middle of something, let the breath happen inside the doing. The pause does not steal time. It returns you to it. Make transitions visible. Between tasks, close your eyes for 2 breaths and picture a doorway. Bow a millimeter to what's behind you. Bow a millimeter to what's ahead. This tiny bow stops energy from leaking backward into ruminations and forward into anticipations. Your day becomes a series of rooms instead of one overflowing hallway. Rooms are rest. When you speak with someone you love, build the ritual of first listen. Before you reply, check if you can name what you heard them feeling in a simple sentence. Sounds like you're worried, or excited, or tired. You are not diagnosing. You are honoring their weather. Even if you're wrong, the act of trying changes the air. Conversations conducted in gentleness do not require perfect content. Your body understands rituals made of movement. Choose one shape that tells it we are safe now. Hands behind head for 10 seconds, opening the chest. Forehead to the back of your hand for 2 breaths. Knees gently side to side for 30 seconds. A slow neck roll while eyes are closed. Shapes teach faster than speeches. The nervous system learns like a child learns a lullaby, by repetition in a soft voice. There will be days when you forget everything. Make a ritual of forgiveness for those days. A simple practice. Stand at the sink or sit on the edge of the bed and say, "This was a lot." Then choose a small aftercare. Warm water on your wrists, a blanket over your knees, a tiny snack that is more kindness than fuel. Aftercare is not extra. It is how animals settle after a chase. You are allowed to be an animal who settles. Money, health, aging, these are big rivers. Your rituals here should be small so you don't drown in self-improvement. For money, pick one 15-minute window per week with a candle or a plant nearby. Look at one thing and stop. For health, choose one stretch you enjoy and pair it with a song you like. For aging, keep a photo of yourself from a decade ago where you can see it and bow to both that you and this you with the same respect. Rituals don't conquer fear. They loosen it's not enough that breath can pass. If you care for others, make a hand-on-door frame ritual before entering their room. Place your palm on the frame for one heartbeat and whisper, "May I bring softness." If you are exhausted, whisper, May softness find me here too. You are reminding both nervous systems that care is a two-way river. Workplaces can host kindness rituals quietly. Begin meetings with one silent breath. End with one sentence naming what was clear. Between tasks, stretch your hands and thank them. When conflict fires up, drop your shoulders by a millimeter and ask one clarifying question before you make a claim. None of this is a memo. It is self-respect made visible. Create a small altar without calling it that if the word feels heavy. A shelf with one stone from a walk, one leaf, one photo that settles your breath, one sentence written by your own hand. Pause there sometimes. It's not about belief. It's about repetition. The shelf becomes a place where your system expects softness. Expectation is powerful. When you enter a kitchen, your body expects food. When you stand by this shelf, your body will learn to expect calm. You are training a dog that lives under your ribs. Train with treats. When you notice self-talk heating up, touch a ritual phrase. You already crafted some. Another that helps many is care not case. Repeat it once, then act on it. Clean the spill. Send the one-sentence repair. Put the phone down. Pet the cat. The law you were preparing to argue will not improve your night. The act will. Create a mercy minute in the afternoon. Set a timer for 60 seconds and do nothing that produces anything. Feel your hands. Look out a window. Stand in the doorframe and watch light move on the floor. The minute will feel suspicious to the part of you that worships output. Let it feel suspicious. It will get used to mercy and begin to trust the quiet. Trust is what lets wisdom speak. When regret visits at night, write it one sentence long on a note card. On the next line, write one sentence of repair. On the next, one sentence of release. Example, I spoke sharply. Tomorrow I will apologize. For tonight I will rest. Then put the card under the lamp. When you switch the lamp off, let the action signal your system that the day is closed. Lamps are kind. They understand dimming. If sleep is stubborn, build a ritual that is less about sleeping and more about resting. Dim the room. Place a warm object on your belly, hand, pillow, compress. Breathe as if fogging a mirror for 3 rounds. Then choose a simple counting that bores you on purpose. Count only exhales that begin with the letter S in your mind. 6, 7, 16, 17. Skip the rest. If numbers feel sharp, sort shells on an imaginary beach by size. Let boredom be a ferry across the first part of night. You do not have to swim. Weekdays are weather. Weekends can be gardens. Claim an hour once a week to do a slow thing with your hands. Chop vegetables. Sweep a porch. Mend a seam. Oil a cutting board. These acts aren't errands when done slowly. They are ways of telling your mind it has a home. A mind with a home is less likely to pick fights with strangers. Invite humor into ritual. Smile at yourself in the bathroom mirror, sometimes with the smallest of grins. Say, "We're doing okay, champ." Not because everything is okay, but because you are still here, still trying to make a gentle life out of ordinary hours. Humor pops the balloon of self-seriousness without deflating dignity. If you want a story to anchor all of this, here is one the heart likes. In a mountain temple, a novice asked how to keep practice alive between formal meditations. The elder gave him a broom and said, "Sweep the courtyard until the bell." But the wind kept laying leaves down. The novice scowled. The elder brought a small bell. Every time you notice anger, ring this and bow to the wind as teacher. Soon the courtyard rang with soft bells. The leaves still fell. The bowls still needed washing, but the novice's brow relaxed. It was not the sweeping that made the day holy. It was the bow. Your rituals are the bow. Life will still lay leaves at your feet. Bow and keep sweeping with a kinder hand. Remember, rituals serve you, you don't serve them. If you miss one, you don't need to pay a tax of shame. You simply return when you remember. The strength of a practice is not in how tightly you hold it, but in how sweetly it takes you back after you've wandered. Compassion opens that door. Wisdom shows you where to step. Letting go keeps you from turning a missed breath into a verdict. As we close, create a tiny ritual right now. Place one hand over your heart and one over your belly and feel which palm rises more with the next breath. Whisper, "Thank you, body." Whisper, "Thank you, mind." Whisper, "Thank you, heart." Then, if it feels right, add the sentence that seals the day. The shop is closed. Imagine turning the sign from open to closed in your chest. The street is still outside. People still walk by, but the lights are low. The broom stands in the corner, and the owner is headed home to rest. You are the owner. You are allowed to rest. May your mornings have one honest pause. May your thresholds offer arriving breaths. May your hands remember the shape of begin again. May your evenings be a small ceremony of truth and release. May your nights be nourished not by perfection but by the gentle rhythm of promises you can keep. The bell for this hour has sounded. Let the leaves lie where they are. We will sweep in the morning. For now, feel the bed. Trust the rituals you placed like lanterns along your path, and let the dark be kind. Arrive again, dear friend, in the easy room of now. Feel the way the bed or couch shapes itself to carry you. Let your breath be regular and kind. Tonight we turn our attention to the wisdom of the body, the quiet teacher that lives under thought. You do not have to believe anything grand to meet this teacher. You only need to listen. The body speaks in a small vocabulary. Warm, cool, tight, loose, heavy, light, ache, ease. And yet what it tells you, when trusted, can reduce so much unnecessary suffering. We will make no medical promises here. We will offer companionship to your nervous system, tenderness to your tissues, and a sense that healing is sometimes a shift in relationship rather than a fixing of parts. Start simply. Place one hand somewhere that feels like home, perhaps the chest, the belly, or the side ribs. Feel the weight of your palm. That weight is proof of presence. As you breathe, imagine the breath traveling under your hand. If the area is tense, you do not order it to soften. You give it permission. You get to be exactly as you are. Paradoxically, permission is often what allows change. This is the middle way applied to muscles, neither forcing nor abandoning, but attending. Many of us learn to relate to the body the way a rushed manager talks to an employee. What can you do for me and how fast? The body is not a machine. It is a field. Fields respond to weather. You cannot shout crops into ripening, but you can weed, water, and give light. Tonight we practice those gentle tasks. A little weeding of unhelpful tension, a little watering of neglected places, a little light where you've been dark toward yourself. Try a micro-practice of 3 breaths called listen, label, love. On the first inhale, listen without commentary. On the exhale, label what you notice with a single kind word: tight, flutter, warm, dull. On the second inhale, listen again to the same spot. On the exhale, add love, a hand, a phrase, a softening of face. On the third breath, widen your attention to include the whole body, like zooming out on a map. Notice how the single spot belongs to a larger terrain that is already breathing for you without being asked. The body remembers. It stores the day the way pockets gather small stones. A look someone gave you might live as a knot near the throat. A week of striving may become a tight band around the ribs. Rather than interrogating the story, tend the knot. Here is a gentle sequence for the throat. Imagine warmth, as if a small scarf were draped there. Place 2 fingers lightly on the notch above your sternum. On the exhale, picture the breath flowing past your fingers like mist, and invite the muscles to loosen by 5%. Only 5. Then rest. You are not loosening a bolt. You are thawing a lake in spring. Pain, when it visits, asks for respect. Respect does not mean despair. It means you greet the sensation before you argue with it. You might say, "I feel you," then ask the body what quality of attention helps. Stillness or a micro-movement, warmth or cool, contact or space. Follow one answer for 30 seconds. If nothing shifts, you have still practiced respect. Often there is a response so small you could miss it. A sigh you didn't ask for, a tiny drop in the shoulders, a sensation that grows less sharp by a shade. This is the body cooperating when it trusts you won't bully it. A short story from the kitchens of old monasteries. A novice was cutting root vegetables quickly to keep up with the rhythm of the day. He nicked his finger and grimaced. The elder cook said, "We don't punish the hand that feeds us." He wrapped the finger, slowed the knife, and taught the novice a new grip that was both safe and efficient. The meal was only a few minutes late. The lesson fed everyone. When you feel a nick in your day, a pain flare, a sudden fatigue, try not to punish the hand. Wrap it with attention. Slow the knife. Adjust your grip. You are not falling behind if you keep your body as a friend. Let's meet 3 homes of the body that respond well to kindness. The belly, the heart space, and the back. The belly is the center of animal trust. Many of us hold it tight as armor. Place a hand there and imagine the belly as a small tidal. On the inhale, fresh water arrives from a quiet spring. On the exhale, the pool overflows by a spoonful and relaxes its edges. If emotion rises in this practice, do not diagnose. Let the tidal be what it is. You can whisper, "Soft belly, safe enough now." If safe enough feels truer than safe, use that. Bodies believe precise words. The heart space, center of the chest, front and back, is often a harbor for unspoken things. To tend it, try the river stone image. Picture a smooth, warm stone the size of your palm resting on your sternum. Its warmth comes not from effort but from being held by sun. As you breathe, feel the stone's weight locate you. Heavy in the good way, like a blanket, you can say, "Let weight help." If sadness appears, this is the harbor doing its job, holding boats. You do not have to sail tonight. Just let the ropes be tied loosely. The back is your quiet mountain. It bears what you carry. Run your attention along the spine from the base of the skull to the tailbone. Where is the mountain overworking? Where is it sleeping? A gentle way to invite balance is the ribbon breath. Imagine a ribbon attached to the back of your heart, running through your body and out the spine. On the inhale, the ribbon draws in slightly, giving shape. On the exhale, it lengthens and drapes down along the spine, softening the erectors and the muscles between the shoulder blades. Your posture may adjust by a few millimeters. That is enough to change the weather inside. When it comes to sleep, the body appreciates a wind down that begins before the head hits the pillow. You do not need a strict routine. You need a tone. Dimming light tells the brain old truths. Quiet tells truths. A warm cloth laid across the belly tells truths. Think of it as writing a letter to your nervous system in its own language. Dear friend, the hunt is over. Food was gathered. The pack is home. The fire is low. You can rest. Sign it with your breath. If you like stories, here is one about earth and grounding. On the night of his great resolve under the Bodhi tree, the Buddha is said to have touched the earth with his fingers when doubt and old voices arrived. "The earth is my witness," he said. In secular terms, we might translate this as, "I lean on what is bigger and steady." You can practice a modern version. If worry spins, place your hand on the bed or floor and feel the simple fact of support. The bed does not argue with you. The ground does not ask for credentials. This is not magic. It is geometry. Bodies relax when they know they are held by something that does not move. Consider your senses as gates you can adjust. When the day has flooded you, closing the gates a little helps the field recover. Eyes. Half-lid gaze or close them and let the orbs settle back, as if sitting on a small cushion. Ears. Reduce input or replace harsh sounds with friendly ones. Rain, a fan, a soft human voice that doesn't demand response. Skin. Tuck in, add a layer, or place a cool palm where heat collects. Smell. A trace of something clean. Taste. A sip of water slowly enough to register. These are not luxuries. They are switches that tell your ancient body it can exit the alarm state. The body is also wise about movement. Stillness is medicine when stillness is chosen. When stillness becomes bracing, movement, small and slow, is kinder. Try the 3 circles. Circle the ankles 4 times each, small and easy. Circle the wrists 4 times each. Circle the tongue inside the mouth around the gums, slow as fog, then relax the jaw. People are surprised how much tension lives in ankles, wrists, and tongue. Loosening these peripheral circles sends a message through the web. You may release. A small practice called hands as healers, not in the supernatural sense but in the mammal sense. Rub your palms together briskly for a few seconds to generate warmth. Place them over eyes, then ears, then the back of the neck, pausing at each station for a breath. Imagine your hands are carrying a simple blessing. I care. The body recognizes this warmth. It has known it since the first days it learned the world by touch. Food can be practice without becoming an obsession. Once today, eat one simple thing as if you were feeding someone you like, your future self included. Sit while you eat it. Taste the first bite until the urge to rush eases by 1 notch. You are not optimizing. You are befriending the animal. Animals digest better when they are not being chased, even by thoughts. If you live with chronic discomfort, you are already a patient expert. Let practice honor that expertise. Ask your body for one kindness it will accept. Not the whole menu, heat, position change, a slower breath, a phrase that reduces alarm, a quieter room. Then let that one kindness count. Counting matters. You are training the nervous system to notice help and keep it. Let's speak of fatigue, which is honest. When you are worn, the old managers shout, push through, prove your worth, catch up. The field says, lie fallow for a while. Fallow is not failure. It is seasonal truth. If life does not allow full rest, practice microfallow. 30 seconds with eyes closed. A head in hands posture for 3 breaths. A seat change. Less light. Warmth on a joint. These microacts are stitches that keep the day from tearing. You get to rest in pieces if not in a whole cloth. Parable about tools. 2 carpenters worked side by side. One drove her hammer hard until her wrist ached and the nails bent. The other paused between strikes to line the nail and relax her grip. By day's end, the second had hung fewer boards but none needed rehanging. The first spent her evening pulling crooked nails. When asked, the second said, I trust a lighter grip. In your body, a lighter grip on your breath, your jaw, and your plans reduces the amount of repair you must do at night. The nails of your day go in straighter when your hands aren't white-knuckled. Some aches are not physical alone. They are mixed, part muscle, part meaning. The shoulder that knots when you feel alone. The head that tightens when you cannot say no. The belly that churns when the future visits too loudly. You do not need to untangle the whole knot tonight. Meet both layers at once with a simple couplet. Body, I feel you. Heart, I hear you. Then offer each a small act. The body gets warmth or shift. The heart gets a kind line. You are not wrong to feel this. Watch how often both layers settle a degree when acknowledged together. If you share touch with someone safe, ask for a palm on the back or offer yours. Quiet, still, no talking needed. Mammals co-regulate. This is science and also common sense you were born knowing. If you are alone, wall contact works. Lean your back against a wall for 3 breaths and feel how boundaries support aliveness. You can even imagine the wall saying, "I have you." Walls do not lie. Gratitude lands deeper when it includes the body. Thank the knees that carried you even if they complained. Thank the eyes that saw enough to get you home, even if they blurred. Thank the hands that sent texts, held steering wheels, washed dishes, typed letters. If praise feels silly, make it practical. Knees, you did it. This is not a pep talk. It is accurate reporting. The body relaxes when it is seen for what it did rather than scolded for what it couldn't. Because the body loves images, use them as medicine. Heavy blankets of sand settling over tense areas. Warm animals curling up on cold places. A window cracking open where heat has gathered. A cool stream running along an inflamed path. The logical part of your brain may roll its eyes. The older parts will sigh with relief. They don't speak debate. They speak picture. Technology is often a stimulant swallowed through the eyes. Design a digital dusk. 15 to 30 minutes before sleep. Demote the backlit rectangle and promote analog touch. Paper, fabric, wood, skin, stone. This is not moralism. It is chemistry. Your body reads brightness and scroll speed as day and danger. It reads paper and stillness as evening and safety. Give it the alphabet it understands, just for a few minutes. Then, if you choose, you can return to screens with a gentler nervous system. There is a simple breath called bamboo, built from segments. Inhale in 3 short sips through the nose. Sip, 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 until comfortably full. Exhale slowly through pursed lips like cooling tea. Repeat 3 to 5 times. The segmented inhale gathers attention into the body. The long exhale tells the vagus nerve the fire is low. If you grow lightheaded, stop. If this doesn't suit you, let it go. We honor options. Your system knows its friendly doors. You can also practice weight and width. On an inhale, feel weight, hips, shoulders, heels. On the exhale, feel width, collarbones widening, ribs fanning, the room including you. Repeat for a minute. Many of us shrink under stress. Width returns dignity without performance. You need not be tall, you can be wide. Wide people breathe better. In the life of a great physician from the Buddhist time, there is a teaching about differentiating causes. 2 villagers both coughed. One needed rest and warm soup. The other needed to stop sweeping dust before meals. The medicine was different because the lives were different. The wisdom for you tonight is similar. What soothes your body will be specific. Collect your own list through kindness experiments. Keep it short and living. Warmth helps belly, cool helps head. Walk after lunch. Stretch before bed. Music calms hands. Silence calms jaw. When you forget, look again with beginner's curiosity. Bring practice into pain's timing. When a spike comes, imagine you are beside a friend during a contraction. You would not lecture contraction. You would breathe with it, count, steady, maybe squeeze a hand. Be that companion to yourself. Count 4 in, 6 out. Or match breath to a simple phrase, here on inhale with on the small pause, you on exhale. Here, with you. Pain may not change. Suffering does when you are not alone inside the experience. If you wake in the night and thoughts crowd, give your body a job that is simple and absorbing. Curl toes on inhale, release on exhale 10 times. Or alternate nostril attention without the hands. Imagine drawing air in more from the left out the right, then in the right out the left. This imagination alone can settle rhythm. If it doesn't, rest anyway. Rest is a teacher that keeps teaching even when sleep is stubborn. As dawn edges closer, your body might start to prepare you with lighter sleep. If you find yourself awake before you wish to be, consider the kind rehearsal. Instead of pre-playing stress, pre-play care. See yourself moving slowly, choosing one true next, speaking a gentle first sentence to yourself. Let the body taste tomorrow's kindness now. It will meet that kindness again with recognition rather than suspicion. You do not need to become a perfect steward of your body to be allowed to rest. You already belong to the family of living things that lie down at night. Every creature practices this surrender. Fox curled under hedge, bird with head tucked under wing, tree going dark and quiet. Your version can be as ordinary as theirs. You do not lecture the fox about posture. You do not scold the tree for losing leaves. Offer yourself the same animal mercy. Before we close, try a short scan of thanks. Start at the crown of the head and say thank you to 5 places that worked hard today, whether or not they complained. Eyes for seeing, hands for holding, feet for carrying, back for bearing, breath for staying. If another place asks to be included, include it. Then let the whole body hear a final message. I will listen again tomorrow. The promise matters more than perfection. If you want an image to fall asleep with, picture a small boat on a night lake. You are lying in it, wrapped. The boat is tied to a quiet dock with a long soft rope so it can drift a little without floating away. Stars are both above and reflected in the water, and a lantern, your attention, glows low at your feet. With each breath, the boat rocks a gentle inch. You do not steer. Steering is for day. Night asks you to be carried. When thoughts come, let them pass like small ripples the boat knows how to ride. You have treated your body tonight as a companion, not a problem. Compassion warmed it. Wisdom clarified what is actually here. Letting go removed some of the extra grip that makes hurt more. This is already a change. You do not need to feel transformed. You only need to notice that your tone has become more merciful. Merciful tone is the doorway through which deeper rest enters a life. May your breath be a patient river. May your bones feel trustworthy. May your nervous system be reminded, again and again, that safety can be learned in small, honest doses. If the night brings you sleep, let it. If it brings you wakefulness, let it carry you like that small boat tied kindly to the dock. Either way, you are on the water. Either way, the body knows something about how to float. Come as you are, dear friend. The day has edges. The night has a soft interior. You are invited into that softness now. Feel the simple physics of being supported. The bed holds you. Gravity keeps you company. You don't have to prove anything to belong to this hour. If there's a crease in your brow, let it ease by a millimeter. If your jaw is braced, unhook it with a tiny sigh. This part is an evening wind down, a gentle descent, a series of small doors that open toward rest. Not as a test, as a kindness. Begin with light. Even if the room is already dim, imagine you're standing in a quiet house turning off lamps one by one. The bright kitchen goes first, then the hallway, then the porch. Each lamp makes a soft click and a small square of darkness blooms. When you reach your room, the light that remains is thin and friendly. The mind learns from this image. It begins to dim its own lamps, not out of force, but out of understanding. You are not closing life. You are drawing the curtains so the life inside can breathe. Let the breath match the room. Inhale naturally through the nose if that's comfortable. Exhale through pursed lips, like cooling a spoon of tea. 3 times, slightly longer on the way out. This tells your ancient body that the hunt is over and the fire is low. After those 3, return to easy breathing. You're not chasing a rhythm. You're allowing the body to remember one it already knows. If thoughts arrive like busy guests who missed the memo, you don't need to host a debate. You can guide them to a coat rack. Picture a small wooden stand near the door of your mind. When a thought enters about tomorrow's list or yesterday's tone, help it hang its coat and sit on a quiet bench. We'll speak in daylight, you whisper. You are not banishing anyone. You are honoring the hour. Try a tiny ritual called listen and lean. First, listen. Hear 3 layers of sound without reaching for them. The closest sound, perhaps your own breath. The middle sound, a fan or a distant car. And the farthest sound, the wide quiet that includes everything. Second, lean. In your body, lean a fraction toward whatever feels kindest right now. The pillow, the warm place under your palm, the softest patch of blanket. Listening widens you, leaning grounds you. Between the two, the mind loosens its grip. The day may replay itself. If it does, offer it a closing ceremony of 3 brief lines. Line 1, a fact from today that is done. You sent the message. You showed up to the call. You walked around the block. Line 2, a mercy you noticed. Light on a wall. A shared laugh. The steadiness of a chair. Line 3, a release. Name one thing that does not need your hands tonight. Say the lines inside, not as poetry, just as housekeeping. You put the broom back in the closet. The floor is good enough. Worries love midnight because midnight is generous with silence. If a worry insists on speaking, give it a limit and a ledger. Picture a little notebook on the nightstand called Tomorrow with Light. Let the worry dictate 1 sentence. Just 1. Then write 1 sentence of plan. Even if the plan is only look for a calmer time. Close the imaginary notebook with the same care you would use to close a real one. The body believes what the hands do, even when the hands are made of image and intention. If you share a bed or a room, let your breath be a friendly tide that the other person can unconsciously match. You are allowed to co-regulate quietly. No speeches. Just a steady outgoing tide that says, safe enough now. If their sounds are loud or their rest is restless, you can rest anyway. Imagine a gentle dome over your side of the bed. A transparent hush that softens the edges of sound. Your nervous system doesn't need perfect quiet. It needs a sense that you are allowed to be still. Here is a story to set on the bedside table. A monk once traveled at dusk with a small lantern. A stranger asked, "Why carry light when the road is straight and wide?" The monk smiled. "The road is for my feet," he said. "The lantern is for my mind." Your wind down is a lantern. The road may be ordinary, but the part of you that wanders benefits from a soft light. You don't blast the path with a flood lamp. You carry a little glow near your hands. If your body feels buzzy, try the slow ladder down. Start with the eyes. Let the orbs sit back in their sockets as if resting on 2 small cushions. Drop your gaze behind your cheeks. Then the tongue. Let it rest like a small boat on a quiet lake. Then the jaw. Part the teeth by a whisper's width. Then the throat. Imagine a warm scarf draped there. Then the chest. Picture a river stone, smooth and warm, resting on the sternum. Then the belly. Invite it to be soft and unguarded. Then the hands. Place them where they feel most at home. Then the feet. Imagine exhaling through the soles, a thread of warmth down into the bed. You don't have to feel each step clearly. The intention is the lullaby. Memories sometimes visit when the noise lowers. If an old scene lights up like it's happening now, greet it as a dream arriving early. Say, "I see you." Then change the frame rate. Play it at half speed with a Kinder soundtrack. Watch your earlier self doing what they could with the tools they had. Bow inwardly to them. Don't argue the past into a new shape. Offer it a blanket and let it nap in the corner. The present does not require you to relitigate the old case tonight. The phone is a bright door to daytime. If it's near, flip it face down and slide it an arm's length away. If your mind reaches, let your hand reach for your heartbeat instead. Press your palm to the place where you feel it clearest. Count 5 pulses. Whisper, here. Count 5 more. Whisper, now. You are not punishing yourself. You are choosing a nocturne over a march. Sometimes the obstacle to rest is not pain or worry, but momentum. The day runs fast and forgets how to slow. Borrow the rhythm of something natural. Imagine rain tapping a roof at a steady count. Match your exhale to 4 gentle taps. Or imagine a slow wave arriving and leaving. Or picture firelight dancing low, making everything soft at the edges. The animal under your thoughts knows these languages. Let it translate for you. If you wake at 3, the mind may try to finish the day you left at the door. You don't need to finish anything. You can rest in place. Try a 3-part whisper. We are safe enough. We can think in the morning. Rest counts. On each phrase, let the exhale be longer by a thread. If sleep returns, let it take you mid-sentence. If it doesn't, you are still collecting quiet. Quiet is good currency. Letting go loves a gesture. On your next breath out, open your fingers slightly, as if you were releasing a small, invisible bundle. The bundle might be the meeting, the headline, the look someone gave you, the line you wish you could unsay. Release 1 item per exhale for a handful of breaths. You don't need to name each one. The hands know. The river near your bed knows where to carry them. Sometimes a gentle boundary with yourself is the kindest move. You can say, no thinking after lights out, not as a punishment, but as a house rule that keeps everyone sane. If the mind argues, nod and hum a simple tune under your breath, barely audible. Humming vibrates the body in a way that words can't, and the vagus nerve seems to appreciate a lullaby more than an essay. A nonverbal path often goes around the traffic jam in your head. Invite gratitude in a physical way. Place 1 hand on your chest and 1 on your belly and thank 5 places that worked hard today. Not as a speech, as a roll call. Eyes, hands, feet, back, breath. If another place asks to be named, name it. Your system relaxes when it is seen. Seen by you is often enough. If you like the comfort of numbers, there's a simple count that bores the critic and feeds the sleeper. Count only exhalations that begin with the sound S in your mind. 6, 7, 16, 17. Skip all others. This odd little rule occupies the planning mind just enough to let the rest of you drift. If numbers feel edgy tonight, sort shells on an imaginary beach by size, small to large, large to small, without words. Boredom is a ferry. Let it carry you the first stretch of night. Offer forgiveness in a small daily dose so it doesn't ferment. 1 sentence is enough. I forgive myself for the way I hurried. Or, I forgive that sharpness. I'll repair tomorrow. Or, I forgive the tired choice I made. Forgiveness is not erasure. It is release from endless replay. The nervous system loosens when it's not conscripted into prosecution. You may feel the tug to review your identity before sleep, as if a nightly report card were due. Give the grader the night off. Place your roles: parent, partner, worker, helper, fixer, dreamer, on the nightstand like rings taken off before washing your hands. They'll be there in the morning, quieter for having rested. The person who sleeps is older than any ring. Parable for the pillow. 2 neighbors watched embers at the end of a long day. One kept poking the ashes, hoping for flame. The other arranged the logs once, then cupped her hands and breathed a slow, warm breath. Small flames returned on their own. Your wind down is that cupped breath. Poking thoughts rarely brings back warmth. Calm, steady tending often does. Try a short body blessing, secular and simple. Start with the forehead. May you be smooth. Eyes, may you be soft. Jaw, may you unclench. Throat, may you be easy. Chest, may you be open enough. Belly, may you feel safe enough. Hands, may you rest. Heart, may you be held. You are not casting a spell. You are choosing a tone. Tone is medicine. If fear sits at the edge of the bed, make it a small nest on the rug. Okay, you can stay there. Give it a blanket in your mind. Fear rarely needs eviction. It needs placement. When it has a spot, it stops demanding the whole room. When dreams are rough, meet them as messages from a deep post office. You don't have to read them now. Place them in the tomorrow with lightbox with the others. If you remember a frightening image, repaint its ending briefly. See yourself exiting the room. See a door opening to a garden. See a friend arriving. This is not denial. It is nervous system first aid. Your animal responds to better endings, even when invented. If you care for someone who wakes you, your wind down must include aftercare. When you settle again, name the good of what you did. I showed up. Then name a kindness for yourself. I can rest now. Do not demand heroics from a body that just carried another. The night is long enough to include your sleep, too. Let the room participate. Notice 1 square foot of darkness you enjoy looking at with closed eyes, the space behind your eyelids, the soft arc where the wall meets the ceiling. Let your attention rest there, not as a task, but the way a cat rests on a windowsill. The mind doesn't only need anchors, it needs perches. If guilt whispers that you should be using this time for something else, catching up, planning, improving, answer with a fact. Rest is part of tomorrow's plan. If the voice persists, place your palm on your sternum and say, "We're closed." See the little wooden sign in your chest flip to closed. You can flip it back in the morning. For now, the shopkeeper is sleeping in the back, and the street can take care of itself. There is a kindness in letting the body be unremarkable. You don't need a perfect posture to receive sleep. Roll to the side that feels friendly. Tuck a pillow the way you did when you were small. Let 1 foot peek out if it likes cool air. These are not hacks. They are permissions. Before we close, return to the 3 inner powers and let them tuck you in. Compassion pulls the blanket up to your shoulder and whispers, "Of course you're tired. You did a day." Wisdom turns off the last lamp and says, "The only true thing to do now is rest." Letting go opens the window a crack and lets fresh air in, murmuring, "Set down what is not needed. The night will hold it." If sleep takes you in the middle of this sentence, good. If you are still here, ride the last breaths of this part like small boats tied kindly to the dock. Inhale. The boat drifts a hand's width away. Exhale. It returns. The rope is long enough for movement, short enough for safety. You are allowed to be carried. You are allowed to be still. May your lamps click off without arguments. May your thoughts find the bench and wait. May your body remember that it belongs to the tribe of resting creatures. The leaves can fall. The broom is resting. The river moves. The basket is at the foot of the bed. You are here. It is night. That is enough. Come home to this moment, dear friend. Feel the bed or couch hold you the way a shoreline holds a tide. Steady, patient, familiar. Let your jaw unhook by a whisper. Let the next exhale be 1 grain longer than the inhale. You don't have to earn rest. You are allowed to arrive with whatever happened today still clinging to your sleeves. Tonight we turn the lantern of practice toward relationships. The everyday art of speaking and listening, setting gentle edges, repairing after bumps. This is where the three inner powers shine in real time, not as lofty ideas, but as the tone in your throat, the warmth in your eyes, the steadiness of your breath when conversations ripple. Relationships are living fields. They bloom under certain weather. Kindness, clarity, and space. Compassion is the warmth. Wisdom is the clarity. Letting go is the space. When these three visit your words, people feel safer around you, and your own nervous system thanks you later, alone in the dark. We will move slowly, without scripts that make you wooden. We'll keep it human and light, the way you talk to a friend on a porch at dusk. Begin with listening, because listening tilts a whole day. Listening is not waiting to speak. It's letting the other person's weather pass across your sky without trying to control it. Try this in your body now. Imagine your awareness sitting back 2 inches behind your eyes, like someone in a small chair. Let sounds come to you. If you were with someone, you would feel their words land, and before replying you'd make the smallest of nods in your chest. Listening like this lowers the temperature in a room. Compassion is the nod. It says, "I see that you feel." Wisdom adds the quiet question, "What is actually being asked of me?" Sometimes it is advice. Often it is respect. Letting go loosens the impulse to fix. A micro-practice for conversation. Aim, breath, bridge. Before you reply, touch your aim in a simple word. Understand, clarify, care. Then take one small breath that other people may not even notice. Then build a bridge from their island to yours with a sentence that names what you heard before adding your piece. Sounds like today stretched you thin. Here's what I'm thinking about the plan. Bridges keep people from shouting across water. There is a gentle check you can carry into every exchange. Is it true? Is it kind? Is it useful now? Truth without kindness can be a blade. Kindness without truth can be sugar. Usefulness without timing can be noise. When all three lean in the same direction, your words feel like help, not weight. In the quick world of messages and posts, your fingers move faster than breath. Slow them with a small ritual. Before sending, soften your face by a millimeter and ask, "Does this reply protect my peace and honor theirs?" If yes, send. If no, edit the first sentence only. First sentences launch the tone. They are the bow of the boat. If you change nothing else, change that. Sometimes you need to make a request without heat. Try the 3-part shape. Name the fact, name your need, offer one clear next step. The report came at 5. I need a little more time to review. I'll send feedback by 10 tomorrow. No courtroom, no poems. Simple bread. Boundaries are compassion applied to time and energy. They are not a wall against love. They are a fence that keeps love from trampling the garden. In your mouth, a boundary can be gentle and clean. I can't talk about this tonight. Tomorrow afternoon works. I'm not available for that role anymore. Here's what I can offer. Please don't raise your voice. I'll step away and return when we both can speak softly. When you say these lines without apology music underneath, your body hears you protected. Protection is relational glue. People trust those who can say no without punishing. A story to carry into your next difficult talk. In a small weaving village, a young weaver kept snapping threads on the loom. She tightened the warp until it sang with strain. Her cloth was crisp and full of breaks. An elder watched, then placed her palms on the frame and breathed out slowly. "Cloth needs tension," she said, "and it needs slack. Too tight, it breaks. Too loose, it unravels. Feel for the music between. Conversations are looms. The warp is clarity. The weft is care. If you pull only for clarity, threads snap. If you dangle only care, fabric won't hold. You are learning the music between. Enough edge to be honest, enough slack to be kind. When conflict rises, cravings and aversions sprint onto the stage. You want to be right, craving. You want to push their words away, aversion. You fog, confusion. The three powers can walk with you like quiet elders. Compassion puts a hand on your shoulder. Of course, heat is here. Wisdom slides a question across the table. What is my good aim? Letting go loosens the old script. I don't need the last word. Your body hears the elders and settles one notch. One notch is enough to change the next sentence. Try the one-notch practice with someone you love. In a fraught moment, lower your voice by one step on the staircase. Drop your shoulders by one grain. Slow your next sentence by one beat. These micro-shifts are visible to the other animal in the room. Their body listens to your body quicker than it listens to your logic. Many arguments are two alarm systems arguing about fire. If one system dims, the other often follows. Repair is the art that keeps families, teams, and friendships from fraying into separate islands. The anatomy of a clean repair is simple. Acknowledge, name impact, offer a next step without the word, but I interrupted you. That likely felt dismissive.
I'm sorry.
I'll slow down and hear you fully now. The absence of but is a gift. It tells the other nervous system there will not be a second blow disguised as an explanation. If you receive an apology, practice the generosity of letting it land. You do not have to perform magnanimity. You can say, "Thank you." That helps. If more is needed, you can say so later. Accepting a good stitch lets the cloth heal faster. Rejecting every thread because it is not perfect leaves you cold with torn sleeves. When outrage visits through screens, compassion says, "This is heavy." Wisdom asks, "What is mine to do?" Letting go answers, "Not everything." You pick one small action in your real spheres, write a note, learn one fact, give a little rest so you can show up again, and you let the rest move without your body clinging to all of it. A rested human who acts is medicine. A burned-out human who scrolls is a fire alarm left on a loop. With children, the three powers take a playful shape. Compassion names their feeling. You're disappointed. Wisdom keeps the request simple. Shoes, please. Letting go drops the sermon about always and never. You trade speeches for songs. You trade lectures for a race to the door. The child's nervous system learns not only rules but safety. Safety is the ground where rules make sense. With elders, compassion bows to history. Wisdom speaks plainly. Letting go releases the fantasy that the past will rewrite itself if you argue louder. You honor stories, you protect your boundaries, and you let slow love be enough on a day when nothing else moves. Slow love is a long light. If your role in a relationship has been the steady one, you can still be steady and share your edges. A quiet sentence opens a window. I'm at my limit tonight. I need 20 minutes of no words. This is not a failure of steadiness. It is how steadiness renews itself. People who love you benefit from a you that is soft because it rested, not brittle because it pretended. Let's practice a speaking cadence that carries less heat. Choose one topic that's snagged. On your next breath, form a sentence that begins with when, includes I feel, and ends with I ask. When you cancel last minute, I feel anxious about my time. I ask that we tell each other as soon as we know. You're not assigning character. You're naming a moment, your interior, and a specific next move. The body prefers this kind of architecture. It can live inside it without ducking. Sometimes the kindest move is not to have the conversation tonight. Letting go gives you permission to say, I want to speak about this when I can be at my best. Let's try tomorrow. The other person may not like it. You can care about that and still keep the timing. Timing is part of truth. There will be times you are misunderstood. It hurts. You can try once to clarify. If the wind keeps blowing the words away, you can put your flag down and sit. We see it differently. Spoken calmly is a soft blanket you can share with someone across a difference. Not every field requires you to plow it tonight. Parable for stubborn moments. Two ferrymen worked the same river. One shouted across water to his passengers on the far bank, telling them how to board quickly. The other crossed first, then spoke gently from the docking side. People boarded without fuss. "How did you get them to listen?" asked the shouter. "I talked from where they were," said the other. Wisdom walks over. It enters the other person's bank. How their day went, how their fear feels, before offering directions. Your message grows legs when it stands on their ground. What about humor? Humor is a balm when it is gentle. A small smile that says, "We are two humans trying," can dissolve hours of ice. Self-laughter is especially disarming when clean. "There I go, making it epic again," said with affection for yourself. Tells the room you are safe to be around because you will not weaponize your own flaws or theirs. Humor that cuts will sour the night. Humor that bows will sweeten it. Sometimes your task is to be with someone's pain without becoming it. Compassion holds a hand. Wisdom removes the silent contract that you must fix it. Letting go lets tears come and go without tallying who cried more. You can repeat inside, "I can care without caring at all." Then after you leave, practice aftercare so your house doesn't keep the echo. Wash your hands with warm water. Open a window for one breath. Tell your system, "That was heavy. We're home." If you've been the one who hurt someone, shame will try to take the microphone and sing its long song. Thank it briefly, it's trying to help, and then give the mic to responsibility. Responsibility is quieter and more constructive. It writes a short note, names a change, follows through. Shame keeps you in the mirror. Responsibility moves your feet. Offer yourself the ritual of the do-over. If a sentence comes out wrong, you can say immediately, "Let me try that again," then say it cleaner. People relax around humans who can own a misfire without collapsing. Children learn this quickest. Adults can too. The world changes a little each time you model a graceful do-over. On days when words are tangled, practice touch with the world to reset your tone. Feel a doorway with your palm. Hold a warm mug with both hands. Kneel to pick a piece of lint from the rug. These small contacts bring you back into a body that lives on earth, not just in language. Then return to language with soil on your hands and a quieter throat. You might enjoy a tiny practice before hard conversations. Stand where you will speak, place feet hip-width, let your knees unlock, and breathe one slow exhale through pursed lips. On the inhale, think kind. On the exhale, think clear. Do that twice. Takes 10 seconds. Your mouth will remember kind and clear when heat rises. Heat forgets. Breath remembers. If someone you love is caught in their own storm, you can offer 3 modest gifts that cost little and change much. Attention, time, tone. Attention is your full face for 30 seconds without your hand moving toward a device. Time is an unhurried pause before advising. Tone is a softened voice even when your words are plain. People metabolize kindness through these channels. So do you. And when there is estrangement that cannot be bridged tonight or ever, you can practice a quiet ritual of release that honors the real and protects your heart. See, name one good you learned from them. Name one boundary that keeps you whole. Offer a single sentence into the air. May you be safe enough. May I be safe enough. Then place the relationship in the basket at the foot of the bed for the night. The river remembers how to carry even this. Bring the 3 powers home right now in the body, as if you were preparing for a gentle talk with yourself before sleep. Compassion places a hand on your chest and says, You did your best with the bandwidth you had. Wisdom adds, here is one small adjustment for tomorrow. Letting go finishes. Enough for tonight. Feel how complete that can be. Care, plan, rest. The nervous system loves this order. If the mind still wants a story, here is one about a bell and a whisper. In a town of stony streets, a crier announced news every morning with a large brass bell. People began to flinch at the sound. Even good news felt like a startle. A new crier came. She rang once softly, then walked street to street, speaking in a voice people had to lean into to hear. The town quieted itself to receive her. When you ring your relational bell softly, slow opening sentence, gentle eyes, a breath before the ask. Others lean in. Softness is not weakness. It is an invitation to the kind of attention that heals. Let your last minutes of this part be a rehearsal of blessing. Bring to mind one person who was part of your day. Someone you like, someone you find hard, or someone whose face simply appeared. Offer them a secular kindness. May you know steadiness. May you feel a small mercy tonight. May you carry less. Then, crucially, include yourself in the same wish without making a ceremony of worthiness. May I know steadiness. May I feel a small mercy. May I carry less. The cloth of community is woven from threads like these that no one sees. Now the night asks nothing further of you. Your part is simple. Place the day's conversations in the bowl by the door. Let the bowl be heavy with words and unspoken words alike. You can sort in the morning. For now, feel the low hum of your own breath, the good furniture of your ribs, the river of your exhale moving under the house of your chest. You have cared. You have learned. You have let a little go. Enough. May your words tomorrow be warmed by compassion, lit by wisdom, and spaced by letting go. May your listening make rooms safer. May your boundaries protect the hour you sleep in now. May your repairs stitch softly and hold. And may you feel deep in the animal that feels truth first, that you are already a friend to the world because you practice being a friend to yourself. Settle. Dim, drift. The porch light of your attention can stay on low. Anyone who needs your love in the night will find it brighter in the morning because you rested. Feel how the room accepts you without negotiation. The floor has its patience. The bed has its patience. Let that patience borrow your lungs. In this part, we'll sit with time, past, future, and the small living room of now. Much of our unnecessary suffering comes from wrestling time. We chase futures as if they owe us certainty. We litigate the past as if a better argument could change it. Meanwhile, this present breath waits by the window like a loyal dog, wagging, hoping you'll notice. Tonight, we'll practice befriending time. We'll learn patience that isn't passive, acceptance that isn't resignation, and letting go that makes room for wise action. Begin with the simplest compass. Touch the 3 horizons with 3 breaths. On the first inhale, think past. As you exhale, whisper bow. Not a bow to approve of what happened, just a bow to acknowledge reality. On the second inhale, think future. As you exhale, whisper trust. Not trust in outcomes, trust in your capacity to meet them. On the third inhale, think now. As you exhale, whisper be. Past, bow. Future, trust. Now be. 3 threads woven through the same breath. The mind often tries to manage anxiety by predicting perfectly. The body has a different method. It looks for timing. Seeds don't argue with seasons. They use them. You can learn a seed's patience without giving up your agency. When an urge to force appears, try asking, is this a season for sowing, tending, harvesting, or resting? If it's sowing, take one small step. If it's tending, show up daily and water with consistency. If it's harvesting, gather without greed and share. If it's resting, you rest guilt-free because rest is not the absence of growth. It's a condition that makes growth possible. A story from the old roads. A student asked a teacher how long awakening would take if they practiced with all their might. 10 years, said the teacher. What if I give everything, day and night? Then 20. How can more effort slow me down? Because the tight fist cannot learn the shape of the key. Effort matters. Tone matters more. Your nervous system opens to insight when effort has warmth in it. Tonight, release the fist by 5%. You are more teachable to your own life when you soften. Let us visit the past, where the mind loves to camp. Regret is how the heart tells you it values goodness. Shame is regret sharpened against yourself. We don't need the blade. We need the message. Try this. Pick one small scene from the past that still tugs. Name one thing you did that you would change now, and one thing you did then that was genuinely skillful. Hold both truths in the same palm. This is grown-up compassion. Then decide one tiny repair for tomorrow. A sentence, a gesture, a boundary, and let the rest belong to the river of time. You are not the court that tries every yesterday. You are the gardener of tomorrow morning. There is a teaching told in many forms about a cup. The elder holds up a fine cup and says, "To me, this cup is already broken, not as despair but as freedom. Knowing it will one day break, I can love it fully now." The broken cup view is not cynicism. It is gratitude with clear eyes. The child's face changes. The body ages. The favorite mug chips. The project ends. When you look at what you love and remember it is not yours to keep forever, love sharpens and softens at once. You say thank you while it's here. You hold it kindly when it goes. Future worry often masquerades as responsibility. You plan, which is helpful, and then planning keeps moving its own goalposts, which is suffering. Practice the horizon method. Hold 3-time horizons gently. 1 day, 1 week, 1 season. Ask, what is the kindest true next in the day horizon? Do that. What deserves one small step this week? Schedule that. What belongs to the season? Write a single sentence and let it sleep. When your mind tries to drag the seasonal project into the midnight of the day, you can say, "Season's work belongs to daylight." The mind will pout. The body will thank you. A micro-practice for the hour when you can't stop forecasting. Name 3 facts in the room and 3 resources in your life. Facts might be the hum of a fan, the weight of a blanket, the shadow on a wall. Resources might be a friend you can text tomorrow, a skill you've built, a habit that steadies you. This is not positive thinking. It is accurate thinking. Accuracy is a sedative the nervous system respects. Sometimes we're haunted by what if because we never gave grief a chair. A story from the old book speaks of a mother who lost her child and ran from house to house asking for medicine to bring him back. A teacher asked her to bring a mustard seed from any home untouched by death. She returned with no seed and a changed face. Her grief had been admitted into the human family. In secular terms, your pain is not a private failure but a human register. Let grief sit. Don't make it earn its place with explanations. A few tears now may save you from months of hardening. Patience is not waiting for life to deliver your preference. Patience is the muscle that lets you stay kind while life is being life. You can strengthen it with tiny reps. Waiting for water to boil? Practice soft shoulders. Stuck in a line? Relax the tongue. On hold? Feel your feet and choose a sentence. I move when it's time. Each rep is like adding a thread to a rope. When bigger moments ask more of you, the rope holds. You might have noticed how time stretches and contracts depending on tone. A minute of fear lasts an hour. 10 minutes of gentle presence can feel like a small afternoon. You are not powerless here. You can add width to minutes by widening your gaze, slowing your speech, and turning one small act into a ritual of arrival. We spoke of thresholds and bowls and door frames. These aren't cute hacks. They are levers. Pull enough of them and you'll feel your day uncrumple. Let us talk about decisions, the crossroads where future, past, and now stand together. The anxious mind demands guarantees. Wisdom offers experiments. Decide one slice at a time. I'll try this for 7 days. I'll revisit next month. I'll tell the truth in one conversation and see what happens. Experiments turn fate into dialogue. Dialogue reduces fear. Fear reduced gives clarity room to speak. Parable for timing. 2 farmers waited for rain. One stared at the sky and cursed clouds. The other repaired tools, cleared ditches, saved seed. When the rain came, both were wet. Only one was ready. Letting go doesn't mean you lie on the porch and hope. It means you stop yelling at the sky and start aligning with seasons. You build readiness in calm hours so you don't have to build it in a storm. The work of calm hours is light and repetitive. Sharpen, store, sort, rest, connect, learn one small thing. That is not wasted time. That is trust expressed as preparation. Bring the 3 inner powers to your calendar. Compassion for the human who has to live inside those squares. Wisdom to choose fewer priorities and name them clearly. Letting go to delete the shoulds that belong to someone else's story. If you can, make a weekly ritual at the same small hour to look gently at what is yours. If you cannot, touch the calendar with one breath and whisper, kind pace. Even that will begin to change the shape of your week. Sometimes the future frightens because we imagine meeting it alone. Good company is not an ornament in this path. It is central. A beloved friend of the Buddha once said that admirable friendship is the whole of the way. In secular life, that means curate your inputs and companions like you curate your food. One honest friend who sees you. One elder voice that steadies you. One community where kindness is normal. These change the timeline of your days. If you lack them, let that be a seasonal project. Tiny steps count. One message, one group visit, one book that feels like a hand. Let's practice trusting timing with the body. Lie as you are. Inhale and feel the small, automatic pause at the top. Exhale and feel the small, automatic pause at the bottom. You don't create those pauses. They arrive. Let them teach you that not everything needs your push. If you have been pushing all day, mimic those pauses in speech and action. A micropause before you reply. A micropause when you stand. You are moving from rush to rhythm. Rhythm carries better than force. When the mind snarls about an unresolved situation, try writing 2 letters you will not send. One from your present self to your future self, naming what you hope for and what you fear. One from your future self back to you, blessing your effort and reminding you that you will still be you no matter the path. Read both with a hand on your heart. Then put both in the imaginary box labeled tomorrow with light. You are not outsourcing your life to fantasy. You are giving the nervous system companionship across time. There is a kindness in admitting limits again and again without shame. I can't solve this tonight. I don't know yet. I'll need help. These sentences are not surrender. They are accurate. Accuracy relaxes the grip. In the space that opens, real next steps appear. No next step may also appear. Rest becomes the step. You might worry that rest wastes time. But when rest is true, it compacts time afterward. You move cleaner. You repair less. You apologize less. The math works. If regret spikes at night, offer a tiny ritual of amends to the present moment. Touch the place in your body that holds the sting. Say, I see. Then say, I will try. Then say, I sleep. See, try, sleep. 3 words to keep the past from colonizing the whole night. You are not excusing yourself. You are pacing your humanity. Future fear loves to tell horror stories in vivid detail. Replace a scene with a different kind of imagination. Competency. Picture yourself breathing steadily, asking one clear question, calling one friend, making one pot of soup, taking one walk, speaking one clean boundary. Competency images don't promise perfect outcomes. They rehearse steadiness. The body likes those rehearsals. It will use them later. Let's return to impermanence, not as a doctrine but as a practical friend. Whatever rises, changes. Whatever changes can be met. This includes moods. If tonight's sadness is here, treat it as weather. If tomorrow delight is here, treat it as weather. Do not build your house from weather. Build it from the materials that don't depend on sunshine, breath, values, small honest acts, good company. Rest. Then let the weather paint the windows. You might have a part of you that says, if I accept impermanence, I'll stop caring. Notice that this part is afraid love requires clinging. It doesn't. Love is better with open hands. Open hands hold more lightly and more faithfully. They make fewer demands. They recover when something leaves. To practice open hands, open your hands. Literally, let fingers uncurl on the exhale. You are teaching the brain through the body the shape of non-grasping. An everyday scene. You refresh the tracking page for a message, a package, a result. The mind treats the refresh button like a prayer wheel. Pause. Place the device down. Touch the door frame. Breathe once and say, it will arrive or not. I will meet it when it does. Then choose one true next that is here. Wash a dish, straighten a surface, stretch a calf, pour a glass of water and taste it all the way down. The return to tangible life is not a consolation prize. It is the prize. Anxiety wants you to live in hypotheticals. Peace invites you back to wood, water, fabric, breath. Parable with soft edges. A woman planted a small tree by her window and checked every day to see if it had grown. It did not, or she could not tell. She scolded herself and the soil. An old neighbor brought a ribbon and tied it loosely to a branch. Come back next season, he said. When she returned, the ribbon had moved higher with the tree's growth. We are poor measurers of our own becoming. Tie a ribbon somewhere in your life. A note to your future self. A habit tracker with gentle squares. A friend who can reflect the change. Trust seasons. Trust that your small kindnesses, repeated, become a taller tree even when you can't feel it minute to minute. At day's end, practice befriending the unknown with a brief blessing. May I meet what comes with a clear eye and a soft heart. If the unknown frightens, add, and may I have help. Then notice one place help already exists. A person, a practice, an inner capacity, and let that awareness tuck you in. The unknown shrinks when you're not pretending to be alone. If you wake before dawn and the mind starts running, give it a small job that affirms patience. Count your exhales backward from 30. If you lose track, smile and start anywhere. Or recite a simple secular mantra on the breath. Only this, then only this and this. When your mind tries to drag you into the afternoon, pet it once. We'll go there together at 9. Then return to the small ferry of breath. Before we close, touch the 3 inner powers across time. Compassion meeting the past. You tried with what you had. Wisdom meeting the present. This is what's here. Choose one true next. Letting go meeting the future. Release the unused scripts. Carry only your values. That triad writes a short letter into the fibers of your night. You will reread it in the morning with your shoulders. If you like a final image, picture a small lantern in your hand as you walk a path at dusk. It does not light the whole forest. it lights the next few feet. You don't curse the lantern for its modest circle. You bless it for its steadiness. Your breath is that lantern. Your values are the path. Your company, seen and unseen, walks with you. The forest is vast. The night is kind enough to be dark. And you, dear friend, are learning to trust the pace that lets you see and the patience that lets you love what you see while you have it. Lay the past on the bedside table like a book you can pick up tomorrow. Let the future rest on the windowsill like a plant that grows while you sleep. Climb into the present like a bed that fits you. Feel how time, when met this way, stops being an opponent and becomes a room with 3 windows. You can look out any of them. Tonight we look the short distance to the moonlight on the floor and call that enough. May your bow to the past be gentle. May your trust in tomorrow be realistic and kind. May your being here be vivid and simple. May the broken cup teach you gratitude, the patient seed teach you timing, and the small lantern teach you to love the circle it gives. Breathe, rest. The next piece of life will meet you when it is time, and you will be ready in all the ways that matter. Feel the night as a companion who knows your rhythms now. The room has learned your breath. The pillow knows the curve of your cheek. You don't have to travel anywhere for practice. Practice keeps traveling to you. Tonight we turn toward integration. The art of letting this gentler tone thread itself through errands and emails, traffic lights and toothbrushes, small joys and the aches that come uninvited. Integration is not a new task. It is the soft decision to live in one piece. Begin where your feet meet the floor. Imagine tomorrow's steps as small bows. Not dramatic, not visible to others, just a tiny nod of attention each time your heel touches down. This bow says, I am here. It also says, this step counts. In a world that measures everything by size and speed, you are choosing to measure by sincerity. One sincere step changes the day more than 10 hurried ones that leave you breathless. There is a way to turn ordinary thresholds into teachers. The first time you touch a door handle in the morning, let the metal be cool enough to wake kindness in your hand. The first time you touch a keyboard, place your fingers and wait the length of a half-breath before typing, as if asking the day for permission to be humane. The first time you step outside, look up once. The sky is the original reset. You don't have to name its color. Let your eyes widen and let your shoulders take their cue. Integration likes tiny vows, not heavy promises that make your throat tighten, but friendly sentences that fit inside a breath. You can carry 3, rotating as needed. When you feel rushed, 1 true next. When you feel hard, soften by 1 notch. When you feel lost, here now. Say them silently and then let your hands or feet enact them. The enactment is the magic. Words without a follow-up action become clutter. Words paired with an inch of movement become a path. In the market line, at a stoplight, in a waiting room, these in-between places are practice fields. Your animal wants to pace or scroll. You can pace kindly or scroll kindly, but sometimes you can also practice stillness that tastes like rest. Try this. Soften your gaze to take in more around you. Let your jaw hang by a whisper. Rest your tongue. Feel the weight of your feet or seat, and send 1 quiet wish into the room that costs nothing and changes the air. May we all have a gentler hour. No one hears you, and yet the wish includes you. Wishes like this are invisible architecture. They hold up a day. There is a story from the old roads about an angry elephant sent to trample the wandering teacher. As the elephant charged, the teacher stood still and filled his body with kindness. The animal slowed and knelt. In our secular language, we might say, a nervous system that radiates steadiness can change the behavior of another nervous system. No myths required. You have felt this with certain people. You calm down near them without trying. Let yourself practice being that kind of weather in small doses. You don't have to tame elephants. You can soften a room by dropping your own shoulders first. Integration is also about the way you handle tools. Your phone is a wonder and a thicket. Make small treaties with it. Before you unlock in the morning, touch your own pulse first. Before you unlock at night, touch a piece of fabric or wood. Add friction where habit has become a slide. Friction is not punishment. It is a handrail. You place it where you slip. In the kitchen, let one act become a ritual of care that rinses your day. Rinse a bowl slowly, feeling the water temperature change against your knuckles, and let that change say, I can change tone too. Chop a vegetable with the rhythm of a metronome your breath sets. Wipe a counter the way you would smooth a child's hair after a cry. These images are not childish. They're precise. The body understands pictures better than lectures. Prints them into tomorrow's movements. Practice also lives in speech. We made new scripts earlier. Now we bring them into rooms that echo. Try this sequence in the next real conversation that matters. Listen fully once, reflect what you heard in one line, then ask a true question before offering your view. Listening, reflecting, asking, each step is a stitch. The cloth that results has fewer rips to fix at midnight. You cannot control anyone's reaction, but you can keep the integrity of your own nervous system, which is what you carry to bed. When you enter work, imagine you are entering a dojo where the art is kind clarity. Banners don't hang on the wall. Emails and agendas are the mats. Begin by setting aim to be useful and gentle. Continue by keeping your body as your ally, feet flat, breath low, jaw soft, eyes wide. When you feel the old heat rising, adjust one sentence, not your entire personality. As I said below becomes looping back so we stay aligned. Per our conversation becomes building on what we named. You are not polishing for show. You are choosing words that protect the day you have to live inside. Commutes hold 1,000 chances. Every red light can be a bell that rings you back to presence. Not every red light. Start with 3. Each time, exhale longer. Let your hands loosen on the wheel as if it were the shoulder of a friend you trust. If a driver cuts you off, feel the theater in your body preparing for a performance. Bow to the actor, then change the script. I choose not to rehearse anger during my one precious life. If that sentence feels too grand for a Tuesday, choose a smaller one. Peace beats court. Then pick music or silence that makes that true. If you're parenting, caregiving, or partnering, the day will ask for repairs. Integration means you practice quick stitches instead of letting tears widen. After a sharp moment, try, that was heat.
I'm sorry.
Can we reset? With a child, keep it even simpler. Let's try again. Pair it with touch. A palm on their back, a hand offered at their level. Repair builds trust faster than perfection. You will carry fewer stones to bed. The life of the Buddha includes a tale of a monk who kept sweeping leaves while the wind kept laying more down. We've met this image in our own house. It returns because it's true. Practice is sweeping and bowing at once. If you discover yourself scowling at the ceaselessness of tasks, ring the invisible bell once in your chest. Bow to the wind as teacher, then sweep one more section and stop when you said you'd stop. Discipline without drama is a relief. Integration invites you to treat your body as a partner during the day, not just at night. When you sit down to work, stack your spine like coins, not rigid, just aligned enough that breath flows. Every hour, drop your shoulders by a grain and widen your gaze for 10 seconds. When you rise from a chair, pause halfway up and feel your feet claim the floor. These are small. They return you to your animal. A returned animal does not bite as much. Money, schedules, health, these are places where tone matters. Make a weekly tea with your numbers. Sit with a warm mug. Look at one thing only for 15 minutes. Name what's true. Choose one next step. Close the notebook. Stand up and wash your cup as if you just washed the shame out of the sink. With schedules, choose fewer priorities than the anxious part wants. With health, choose kinder consistency than the heroic part boasts. Your future self goes to bed in the body your present self sustains. There is a sweetness in making micro-pilgrimages. You don't need a far temple. Choose a tree on your block, a bench in a park, a rock by a river, a window at work with a square of sky. Visit it regularly. Stand or sit and breathe 3 times with the same phrase each time. Thank you for holding still. Let the place become a friend. Let it hold your overflow for a minute. We are made to be in conversation with at least one piece of the world that doesn't need us to perform. When news breaks your heart, integrate by shrinking the ask to something you can carry. Give a little, learn a little, help a little, rest. That rhythm is a humane engine. Doom is a bonfire that devours the furniture of your house. Your kindness is a candle that can be relit every day. Candles make rooms human. They do not burn ceilings. A single candle on a desk with your hand beside it is enough to remind your animal that warmth exists and can be shared. Identity will keep trying to sneak back in tight. When you notice your favorite badge pinching your chest, helper, fixer, achiever, smile at it. Slide it to a different spot on your jacket. Wear it looser, or hang it on the back of your chair while you eat lunch. You aren't betraying your gifts. You are increasing their range. People trust someone who can set down a tool and still be a person. At midday, create a mercy minute that belongs to no one. Stand at a window and let your eyes look as far as they can. Horizons reset nervous systems. If you can't find a horizon, look at a reflection, a shadow moving on the floor, a plant's small geometry. Say, begin again, then do one thing only. One thing is a blessing in a world that offers you 12 options per breath. If you work with others, practice slowness at the edges and directness at the core. Slow down your greeting. Let your eyes meet theirs. Then ask the clearest question you can. After the meeting, wash your hands with warm water. It seems silly. It isn't. Water carries away the residue of rooms. The day won't stick to you like burrs if you rinse between fields. When you rest, rest visibly. Close the laptop with a small nod. Put the chair under the desk. Turn your phone face down and slide it out of reach. Put your hand on your heart. Say, good work, human. These closures tell your nervous system, the hunt is over for now. It stops scanning sooner when it believes you. Integration has a playful side. Choose a secret signal you can give yourself when you notice you're spiraling. A wink in the mirror, a tiny shrug, a soft click of the tongue. Signals like these are like stones you skip across a lake. They mark the moment and change the surface a little, and they give your inner child a game to play with you instead of against you. You may forget. You will forget. Integration counts how many times you remember and return kindly, not how long you sustained an ideal. Each return increases the speed of the next return. Soon, the muscle engages before the spiral gains speed. This is not about becoming a saint. It is about keeping your inner house tidy enough that joy can find the couch. A gentle story for days with tight throats. A potter apprenticed for years, shaping clay that kept slumping. One evening the teacher placed the apprentice's hands in a bowl of warm water and said, "You can't coax clay with fists." The next day, the apprentice's pots stood on their own. Your day is clay. Your hands are your tone. Warm them. As the afternoon turns toward evening, consider a small practice of generosity that makes you lighter, not depleted. Send one note of thanks. Pick up one piece of litter. Leave one glass of water where someone will find it. Put one coin in a jar marked quietly for someone else. When you lay down at night, your body will remember that it gave, and giving turns the key on the inner door labeled enough. If the evening brings friction, use the triangle quickly. Compassion, of course. Wisdom, what is true and needed. Letting go what can wait. Then make soup. Soup changes rooms. Bring the village home without naming it a village. Eat one meal a week with someone whose nervous system makes yours kinder. If no one is near, sit by a window and eat with the sky. You are allowed to count this as company. You are allowed to be nourished by light. On the way to bed, turn off one lamp with reverence. It is the last sunlight of your house. As it clicks, picture the day bowing at the door. You bow back. If a worry follows you down the hall, place it in the basket at the foot of the bed. The river remembers. If you wake in the night and integration feels far, do not invent new practices. Return to the friend you already made. Hand on heart, hand on belly. Count 5 pulses. Whisper here, whisper now. You are not graded. You are held. Let us end this part with a rehearsal of tomorrow's tone. See yourself waking, feet to floor. One breath, one small vow. May I be gentle. May I see clearly. May I release what I don't need to carry. Watch yourself choose one thing at a time. Watch yourself repair quickly. Watch yourself bow by stepping. The movie does not need to be perfect. It needs to be kind. Your body learns from kind rehearsals. What we are doing, dear friend, is not adding glitter to life. We are sanding sharp edges and oiling hinges and opening windows. We are remembering that the extraordinary happens inside the ordinary when the tone is right. Compassion warms the house. Wisdom opens the shades. Letting go cracks the window. Air moves. Breath moves. You move without scraping. May your errands become quiet pilgrimages. May your keyboard learn your gentler hands. May your steering wheel become a place where you choose peace over courtroom. May your sink be a river and your doorframe a bell. May you forget and forget and remember with less self-scolding and more humor. May your day become a cloth woven from small, honest gestures that your night can wrap around you like a blanket. You are here. You are learning to live in one piece. That is the integration. Not a trick, not a performance, a return. In the morning, we will continue, gathering the remaining threads, preparing a closing blessing that doesn't close anything, only opens you more deeply to your own good life. For now, let the house of your being dim itself. Let the bowls be clean enough. Let the breath keep doing what breath does when trusted. Rest in the room you made. Arrive as you are, dear friend. Feel the bed receive you like a quiet shoreline taking back the tide. There is no test here, only the next breath. If your thoughts have a little speed left in them, imagine turning a dimmer with your fingertips. One click softer and then one more. We are nearing the end of this long walk, and now we practice the art of putting the day to bed inside you. Not the performance of sleep, but the gentle permission that lets sleep find you when it will. Tonight is for loosening the last knots, completing small circles, and resting in the larger kindness that has carried us. Let us begin with the simplest closing, 3 breaths you can trust. On the first, inhale through the nose and exhale as if cooling tea, a hair longer on the way out. On the second, breathe in like you're smelling rain and breathe out through slightly parted lips, letting your jaw unhook by a whisper. On the third, let the inhale arrive on its own and let the exhale fall all the way down the ribs as if the breath knows the stairs. That's all. You are teaching the animal that lives beneath language that the hunt is over. Now, a soft inventory, not to judge but to set down. In your mind's palm, gather 4 small stones from the day. Something you did, something you felt, something you carried, something you received. Hold them for a moment. Notice their weight. Then place them one by one in the basket at the foot of the bed. the one the river knows. Done goes in, felt goes in, carried goes in, received goes in. The basket does the holding now. Your hands are free. We'll melt what's left in the body with a slow drift from crown to heel, not as a scan to fix, but as a good night to each room in the house. At the forehead, smooth by a millimeter, as if a warm palm were there. Around the eyes, let the orbs sit back on little cushions and let eyelids carry no weight at all. At the cheeks, unpin the day's expressions. At the jaw, part the teeth by the thickness of a sheet of paper. Tongue rests like a small boat on still water. Throat wears a scarf of warmth. Shoulders slide one grain toward the mattress. Upper back releases like a book closing softly. Chest wears a river stone. Steady, warm, not heavy. Belly receives permission to be unguarded. If safe enough feels truer than safe, say safe enough. Hips sink as if sand is making a small nest for them. Thighs and knees exhale. Calves unwire. Ankles loosen their circles. Soles of the feet feel an imaginary breeze. 10 toes each unclench by one thought. Nothing dramatic. The body believes tiny truths. If the mind wishes to help, and it will, give it a friendly task that borrows its gifts without letting it run the room. Imagine that every exhale writes the word down in soft chalk along your spine. On each inhale, the chalk line blurs and spreads warmth.
10 exhales, 10 chalk strokes.
When you lose count, smile. Counting was only a bridge. The river has you. A story for closing circles. A carpenter taught apprentices to end each day by returning the tools to their exact hooks. Not out of fussiness, but out of respect. Tomorrow's hands deserve an easy beginning, he'd say, touching each hammer with a small nod. You can do this with your inner tools. Compassion hangs on its peg. Of course, dear heart, wisdom on its peg. This is what's true. Letting go on its peg. Not for tonight. Tomorrow's hands, tomorrow's mind, will reach for them and find them ready. If regret is still whispering at the door, answer with a 3-line letter to your own nervous system, spoken inside. Line 1, I see. Name the tiniest honest slice. I was sharp in that moment. Line 2, I will. Name a micro repair. I'll send one clean sentence in the morning. Line 3, I rest. State the permission. I rest so I can keep my promise. Then picture folding the letter and tucking it under a warm mug on the kitchen table of your mind. You'll find it at dawn, and it will still be true. Release needs gestures. Open your hands on the exhale, palms down, as if letting a small bundle slip to the floor with care. Then flip palms up for one breath, like the hands of someone who trusts that enough will arrive. Palms down, let go. Palms up, let in. 5 cycles. The body writes this alphabet more quickly than thought. We'll gather the inner powers at the bedside, as if 3 friends came to sit on the edge of your quilt. Compassion speaks first, with the tone of someone who turns the blanket at your shoulder. You did a day. It was imperfect and human. Of course you're tired. Wisdom dims the last lamp and says, what is left for tonight is rest. Letting go opens the window a crack and answers. The world moves without your grip. The air will carry what you set down. Feel the room change when these 3 speak in order. Tone is medicine. If you would like a little journey, we can walk it slowly. Imagine a path at dusk. In your hand, the small lantern we've kept returning to. It lights only the next few feet, which turns out to be plenty. On your right, a low wall of stone that warms what passes beside it. On your left, a quiet field breathing a night scent you can't quite name. Ahead, a wooden gate you push open with your fingertips. No creak, just the soft give of a well-tended hinge. Inside is not a temple, but a bench by water. Seat. Place the lantern on the bench beside you. Across the water, another lantern answers, the one in the chest of all those listening with you across the world. Different rooms, same breath. Feel that gentle kinship. No words, just the knowledge that humans everywhere are practicing the art of being kind to themselves for 1 hour. It's enough to widen the chest. Now let a few old images come home for good. The raft you built and carried, set it down near the bench. It did its job. The jar of water, set it on the wood to settle. The shy animal, see it curl at your feet because you stopped chasing it. The boat tied to the dock. Feel yourself become the tired passenger who finally trusts the rope. The cracked bowl, place it on a shelf in this little shelter. Beauty in its seam. The bell that rings once in the chest. Let it chime and fade. Stories don't ask for applause. They like being returned to their meadow. A deeper letting go now. If identity still hums under your ribs, loosen its strap. Picture the name tags from part 8 resting on the bench. Helper, fixer, achiever, strong one, good one, the one who can't drop the ball. Slide them into a small drawer and leave it ajar so air can move through. You are not abandoning anyone. You are trusting that the person who wakes will remember what to pick up, and will pick it up with softer hands. There may be worry for others, the heavy tenderness that doesn't switch off when the lamp does. Let compassion widen without carrying. Imagine the people you're holding in mind as small boats on their own waters, different lakes, same moon. With the inhale, feel the moonlight brighten a shade. With the exhale, whisper inwardly, may you be safe enough. Repeat for a few breaths, then include yourself. May I be safe enough. Boats drift a little, ropes hold. You are not the rope, and you are not the wind. Tonight you are the moonlight, and moonlight is allowed to rest on water without steering it. If sleep stays coy, make night an ally instead of a problem. Rest with your eyes closed and let a simple, boring rhythm take you. Count only the exhales that start with the soft letter in your mind. 6, 7, 16, 17. Skipping others. Or sort the shells again by size on your imaginary beach. If you drift off mid-shell, good. If not, you are still collecting quiet. Quiet pours interest into tomorrow. There is a tender fear many people confess in low voices. If I loosen, will everything fall apart? Let us answer gently. You have kept things together by gripping, and you will keep what matters together by caring. Grip costs breath. Care generates breath. Try the experiment right now. Loosen by 5% in one place, jaw, belly, hands. Then choose one sentence of care for tomorrow and let it be small enough to fit in a pocket. Grip has nothing to do at midnight. Care can wait until morning and still be true. Consider a final parable, soft as a moth. A child carried a lantern down a dark path and asked her grandmother, "What if the wind blows it out?" The grandmother smiled and touched the child's chest. "Then you will learn the shape of the path with your feet," she said, "and your hands will remember the walls, and your breath will be your companion." Lanterns are wonderful. So is the wisdom of feet. Tonight, if thoughts gust and lamps dim, you still have feet and hands and breath. The path is made to be felt, not only seen. We can prepare the pillow for dreams without choreographing them. Whisper a wish to your deeper mind that is simple, secular, kind. Show me one useful thread. Or, let me sleep. Let me rest even if I do not sleep. Or, let me meet what comes with a softer brow. Wishes like these are like notes you leave on your own desk. You find them in a language you recognize. If you wake later, don't make a story about failure. Wakefulness is just a visitor. Offer it tea and no conversation. Hand on heart. Hand on belly. 3 fog the mirror exhales. We are safe enough. We can think in the morning. Rest counts. If you need to walk to the kitchen, let your feet be bare and slow. Touch the counter. Drink water in 4 sips, including the feeling of the last one all the way down. Return to bed as if returning from a short night pilgrimage. Pilgrims don't scold their feet for walking. They bless them for bringing them back. Because we've traveled far together, let us revisit the 3 frictions in their smallest nighttime forms. Craving at night says, only when sleep comes will I be okay. Compassion replies, of course I want sleep. I'm tired. Wisdom notes, I'm resting now. This counts. Letting go releases the timing, not the wish. Aversion at night says, not this wakeful body. Compassion answers, this body carried me all day. Wisdom adds, the bed holds both sleep and waking. Letting go loosens the idea that the night must be one thing. Confusion at night says, everything will hurt tomorrow. Compassion says, poor mind carrying all hours at once. Wisdom asks, what is asked of me in this minute? Letting go allows the future to keep its distance until the sun invites it. If you like a seal, a final stamp on the envelope of this part, place your palm over your sternum and say 3 short truths, barely above a breath. I am here. I am held. I can rest. If any word catches in your throat, choose a neighboring word. I am here becomes here. Held becomes supported. Rest becomes ease. Precision helps the body believe you. In the morning, we will gather everything into a blessing and a simple way forward. For now, let the house of you grow quiet. Lights out in the kitchen of thought. Chairs tucked in. Tools on their hooks. The dog of attention curled at your feet. The window cracked to night air. The river moving just enough to carry what you set down. May your mind learn the shape of release the way fingers learn familiar keys. May your breath be the small lantern you trust. May your sleep come like weather you don't have to manage. And if weather doesn't change, may rest still choose you because you chose kindness first. The tide is turning. Let it. The shore knows what to do with waves. You are the shore and you are the wave, and you are allowed to be both without solving either. Good night, dear friend. We will meet at dawn, with simple words and a blessing that doesn't close the path, only widens it. Arrive one more time, dear friend. The room already knows you. The pillow has learned the shape of your cheek. The blanket remembers your weight. You don't have to do anything different to belong to this last hour. Let your breath spread out like a quiet tide. If there's still a corner of you braced for news or duty, you can tell it. We made it to the end of the night's path. You can put your shoes by the door. It will listen, maybe slowly, and begin to untie its laces. We have walked a long way together. We began by lighting 3 candles inside you. Compassion, wisdom, letting go. We felt how compassion warms the room. Wisdom shows what's actually here, and letting go opens the window. We turned toward overthinking and learned the shy animal of calm appears when chased less. We practiced in kitchens and cars, meetings and doorways. We tuned Sona's lute to not too tight, not too loose. We set down rafts we no longer had to carry, hung cracked bowls where truth could breathe, rang a bell once in the chest, and bowed to the wind that keeps laying leaves. We touched the earth and remembered. The ground is witness. We found the bench by water and placed small lanterns there. Each time you softened by a millimeter, your life moved without scraping. This last part is a closing that is not a closure. It's a quiet tying of threads you can keep wearing tomorrow. The point of a long journey is not a ribbon at the end. The point is a way of walking that feels like home. Let's begin with the body, because it has carried us every breath. Place one hand where it is most comforting, heart or belly or side ribs, and let your palm grow warm. This is not a symbol. It is a language your nervous system speaks fluently. Whisper, if you like, 3 short lines. Thank you for doing a day. I will listen again tomorrow. For now, rest. Notice how the ribs answer in small ways, how the jaw loosens by the width of a thought. Now, gather the parts of you that worked so hard. The helper who stepped in without being asked. The fixer who reached for tools again and again. The achiever who kept the list moving. The strong one who tried not to cry. Invite them to the bench by the water. Tell them they don't have to interview for their positions tonight. There's soup. There's a blanket. By morning, they will be refreshed and less brittle. We are not firing old roles. We are letting them nap so they can serve with kindness rather than friction. You may wonder what it means to carry these teachings forward. It's simpler than an oath. It's the tone you choose in ordinary seconds. A day can be guided by 3 small vows tucked in a pocket you touch like a stone. Be gentle first. See clearly next. Release what is extra. Gentle. Clear. Release. If you forget by noon, touch the pocket again. The stone does not scold. It remembers on your behalf. We'll make a soft circle through the 3 frictions we met. Craving, aversion, confusion, and set each down with a practical blessing. For craving, which whispers, "I'll be okay when," offer a kind translation. "I want comfort or contact or certainty." Then give yourself a small human dose of the thing underneath. Warmth on the belly, a message that says, "Thinking of you." One true fact you can feel, "I am breathing." For aversion, which tightens around, "Not this," say, "Of course this stings." Then choose a single cool act instead of a hot story. Wipe the spill. Loosen the jaw. Step outside for 30 seconds of different air. For confusion, which fogs and multiplies options, light a tiny lantern of facts. It is night. I am lying down. This bed is holding me. Then ask the hour the only question it can answer: what is asked of me right now? Often, the answer is nothing. Let nothing be allowed. It helps to bless the day you're about to sleep into. Picture sunrise like a door that opens without sound. See yourself moving through it with simple grace. Feet to floor, 1 breath, 1 small vow. The kettle sings and you listen to the first pour. A door frame becomes a bell you touch with your fingertips as you pass. The first message you send carries a softened first sentence. In traffic, the red lights ring you back to presence instead of trial. If a child's weather turns wild, your voice drops 1 notch, and there's follows. At midday you visit your small horizon. Window, tree, piece of sky, and your eyes widen. Someone forgets to thank you, and you thank your hands instead. When you return home, the bowl by the door receives not only keys but bundles. The shop closes earlier than the mind wants, because rest is the last task of the day. This is not a fantasy. It's a tone, doable, human, imperfect. Let's turn once more to self-talk, because you live inside your own voice. Upgrade remains the word. You don't need poetry. Sparse is strong. When you misstep, let me try that again. When you feel late, 1 true next. When you're judged or fear judgment, I can bear this and stay kind. When you're tired, mercy minute. Your nervous system doesn't need speeches to know it's safe. It needs a few reliable lines spoken in a friendly mouth. You might be wondering what to do when the world is heavy, when headlines arrive like hard weather. Let your care be a rhythm that doesn't burn your house down. Learn a little, give a little, help a little, rest. Repeat. Candles, not bonfires. Candles make rooms human. They remind the animal under your thoughts that warmth exists and can be shared. There is value in planning and even more in timing. Seeds and seasons taught us that. You do not have to wrench outcomes at midnight. Put the seasonal project back on the shelf marked tomorrow with light. Name the next day's first kind move, the one that makes your morning honest, and let the rest sleep. Your life doesn't need a new hero. It needs a steadier steward. Stewardship is a tone you can hear in your own breath when you slow by a grain. We'll revisit 2 old stories and let them become companions instead of lessons. The rope and the snake. Step closer before you run. Distance changes the object. The second arrow. Pain comes. Don't stab yourself to make a point. These 2 together keep ours from collapsing. Step closer before you strike. Set down the second arrow when you notice your hand on it. Practice that in miniature and the day does less damage to your night. If you need a single anchor for difficult conversations, keep the triplet within reach. Aim, breath, bridge. And choose what you're trying to grow in 1 word. Breath, 1 small pause that most won't even notice. Bridge, name what you heard before adding what you need. This is kindness in architecture. It makes rooms safer. And if a day goes sideways and takes you with it, remember the carpenter who hung his tools. At dusk, return compassion to its peg. Of course. Return wisdom. This was true. Return letting go, not tonight. Make the do-over small. A clean sentence, a glass of water, a warm cloth on your chest. Then dim the lamps in your mind, 1 click at a time, until the room is thin and friendly. A final time, let's walk the body home. Smooth the forehead by a millimeter. Let the eyes rest back, soft. Unhook the jaw. Let the tongue float. Wrap the throat in warmth. Place the river stone on the sternum. Invite the belly to be unguarded, safe enough. Drop the shoulders by a grain. Feel the spine as a ribbon that lengthens on the exhale. Hips nest. Legs soften. Heels get heavy in the good way. Soles exhale. Toes loosen. The animal under language understands this liturgy. You are not performing. You are returning. Now we'll release what's left with images that have worked quietly all night. Open your hands, palms down, and let bundles slip to the floor. Turn your palms up and let enough arrive. Place whatever remains by the foot of the bed in the woven basket, the one the river knows. The river does not need your supervision. In the morning, what belongs to you will still be yours and lighter for having floated. It's time for a wide blessing, simple, secular, tender. You can repeat it in your own words or let it roll over you like gentle rain. May you be gentle with yourself when mornings are rough and nights are long. May you see clearly what is here without adding harm. May you release what you do not need to carry, even if only by a thread. May your self-talk become a warm doorway you can walk through every hour. May your body be treated as a companion, not a project. May your roles rest on the chair while you sleep and return to you in kinder shapes. May your work be work with the dough you have, not the dough you wish you had. May your boundaries protect your love and your time. May your friendships be the good company that steadies the path. May your home have a bowl by the door for bundles and a lamp you turn off with reverence. May your days be made of small, honest gestures that your nights can wrap around you. May you forget and forget and remember, with more humor and less scolding. May your river move. May your lantern stay steady. May your sky widen. May your ground hold. If it helps, picture the world as a map where tiny lights appear each time someone practices a single breath of kindness. There is one at your window now. Others glow in kitchens and dorm rooms, on sofas, in hospital chairs, on midnight buses, in small houses and tall buildings and quiet porches. Your light joins theirs. This is not a metaphor only. It is what your nervous system feels when it remembers it is not alone. You never were. You never will be. We'll end with a little ritual that fits in the palm of a hand. Touch your sternum with 3 fingers and tap lightly 3 times. On the first tap, say inwardly, I am here. On the second, I am held. On the third, I can rest. If any word snagged, change it to a neighbor your body believes. Here could be now. Held could be supported. Rest could be ease. Precision is a kindness. And now, let the house of you grow quieter still. Chairs tucked, tools on their hooks, the dog of attention curled at your feet, the window cracked to night air, the shop sign turned to closed in your chest, the river moving just enough to carry what you set down. If sleep comes in the middle of these words, let it take you. If wakefulness lingers, let it share the room without a story. Rest counts. Quiet gathers interest. Morning knows how to find you. Thank you for your practice, your courage to be ordinary and kind, your willingness to let small acts change a life. Thank you for sitting at this bench while the lantern burned low. You are ready not because the path is finished, but because you have learned to walk it with softer feet. Compassion warms. Wisdom reveals. Letting go opens the air. These 3 candles are yours now. Light them as often as you need. They do not run out. Good night, dear friend. May you sleep in a room of mercy. May you wake to a day you can meet with a soft brow and a steady breath. And if you forget, may you remember quickly with a smile. The river remembers. The door frame is a bell. The bowl by the door is waiting. The path is exactly the width of your next kind step.